announcement.
Yes. Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, it is with sadness that we have learned of the demise of Mr. Louis Percy Lafrance, a former Member of Parliament. Mr. Percy Lafrance passed away on the 25th of April of this year at the age of 70. Mr. Lafrance first stood as a candidate in the 1982 general elections for the Legislative Assembly under the banner of the MMM-PSM for the constituency number 17, and he was returned as second member of the said constituency. Mr. Percy Lafrance then contested the 1983 Legislative Assembly general elections under the banner of the Mouvement Militant Mauricien for the same constituency, Curepipe Midlands, but was not returned. In April of 1984, when late France Canabadi resigned from Parliament, Mr. Lafrance replaced him as a best loser. In 1985, Mr. Percy Lafrance served as mayor of Curepipe. In August 1987, he stood for the general elections for the same constituency, that is Curepipe and Midlands, under the banner of l'Union MMM-MTD-FTS, but he was not returned. He, however, continued to do social work for the Mouvement Chrétien pour le Socialisme, of which he was an active member since the 70s. With these words, Madam Speaker, may I request you to kindly direct the clerk to convey the profound condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Opposition, I fully associate myself to the tribute paid by the Honourable Prime Minister to late Mr. Louis Percy Lafrance. Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you to direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to convey our deep condolences to the bereaved family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Leader. Honourable members, I associate myself with a tribute paid to the memory of late Mr. Louis Percy Lafrance, former Member of Parliament, by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I direct the Clerk to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes. Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection. Whether in regard to the open international bidding exercise for the supply of fuel oil launched on 10th December 2024, he will, for the benefit of the House, obtain from the State Trading Corporation the list of bidders who participated therein, indicating the A, name of the successful bidder, and B, fuel grade supplied to the Central Electricity Board since December 2024 to date, and in each case, Roman 1 gave a breakdown in terms of product costs, freight and insurance, and Roman 2 indicate the premium paid per metric ton charged by the supplier and the total amount paid over that period by the CB and the total amount of premium paid by the CB to the STC per consignment supplied since January 2026 to date, indicating whether any revision thereof has been applied. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, before replying to the specific parts of the question, I wish to inform the House that the State Trading Corporation is responsible for the procurement of fuel oils required for national needs, including supplies for the Central Electricity Board, for electricity generation, and to local industries. Fuel oil contracts are normally awarded on an annual basis, generally for the period 1st April to 31st of March of the following year, so as to ensure continuity of supply, competitive pricing, and orderly planning of national requirements. I am informed that the annual contractual requirement for the period concerned covered approximately 319 1,000 metric tons of the three principal grades of fuel oils, namely HSFO 180cc, mainly for inland trade and industrial use, HSFO 180SR for electricity generation, and HSFO 380SR for electricity generation. Provision is also made for the optional procurement of VLSFO 180 CST on an as-needed basis for bunkering purposes. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that the initial annual contract for the supply of fuel oil for the period 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025 was launched through an open international bidding exercise on 5th January 2024 through the government e-procurement system. Following evaluation of bids by the Bid Evaluation Committee, recommendation was made in favor of Coral Energy DMCC being the substantially responsive bidder. The board of the STC approved the award on 31st January 2024, and the then government was apprised thereof on 9 February 2024, and the formal agreement was signed on 27 February 2024 after submission of a $5 million USD performance security by the supplier. The agreed premium under that annual contract was $69.80 USD per metric ton for the principal grades of fuel oil on a delivery at port basis. I am further informed that on 26 July 2024, Coral Energy DMCC notified the STC that its corporate legal name had changed.
One moment. Are you raising on a point of order?
Yes, please. My PNQ refers to the open international bidding exercise on 10th December 2024, not July or whatever.
Madam Speaker, I need to explain this so that people and the House can understand.
Minister,
I'm almost
may I-
finished.
may
I'm
I-
almost finished. I just need 1 minute.
May I just give it
Au
a...
bloc to PCDO, ça me te fait découillonner. Ouais. After submission of a
Minister.
$5 million USD performance security.
reply to his question and then
I'm
you can
coming.
qualify.
I'm coming. The agreed premium under that annual contract was $69.80 USD per metric ton for the principal grades of fuel oil on a delivery at port basis.
Minister,
Okay. No, don't worry. I will have plenty of time
you
to
can't
come.
both.
cannot have plenty of time. You always 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to have a look at the time, please,
Yes.
Minister.
I have enough time. My answer is very short today.
Okay. Today you're going to be short,
Yes. So, the agreed premium under the annual contract was $69.80 per metric ton USD for the principal grades of fuel oil on a delivery at port basis. I'm further informed that on 26 July, Coral Energy DMCC notified the STC that its corporate legal name had changed to Two Rivers DMCC. People need to know why Two Rivers DMCC won the contract, of which the board of STC subsequently took note. As at 19 December 2024, 8 consignments had already been delivered under the contract, totaling 36,072 metric ton HSFO 180cc, 97,244 metric tons HSFO 180 SR, 99,461 metric tons of HSFO 380 SR. There nevertheless remain contractual balances still to be supplied. However, difficulties arose as from 17th December 2024, when the STC became aware of a public announcement by the United Kingdom authorities indicating sanctions against Two Rivers DMCC. The STC immediately sought clarification from the supplier and requested confirmation regarding its ability to continue deliveries. Thereafter, on 19th December 2024, the supplier informed the STC that due to banking compliance constraints linked to the sanctions, it was not in a position to proceed with further supplies and payments and proposed termination of the contract. People need to know this. Madam Speaker, in view of the strategic importance of fuel oil, used mainly for electricity generation, the matter was examined urgently and it was decided to proceed with an emergency procurement exercise to secure supplies and avoid disruption. At that time, available national stock levels were reported to represent approximately 61 days for FO 180 SR for the CEB, 59 days for FO 380 SR for the CEB, and 32 days for HSFO 180 CC for inland trade. Although emergency procurement provision allowed procurement from a single supplier in case of urgency, the STC nevertheless sought quotations from a number of established operators active in the petroleum sector so as to obtain competitive offers. The emergency procurement exercise was accordingly initiated on 19th December for the replacement supply of the remaining free consignments which had not been delivered under the existing contract. The objective was to ensure that there would be no interruption in the availability of fuel oil required for electricity generation and industrial activity while preserving adequate buffer stocks at national level. Given the urgency of the matter, the procurement process was undertaken on an accelerated basis so that replacement deliveries could be arranged at the earliest opportunity. Targeted arrival of the first emergency consignment was around 20th January 2025, having regard to normal shipping lead times and logistical requirements. Invitations were sent to several potential suppliers, including entities such as OQ Trading Limited, Vitol Bahrain EC, BB Energy Gulf Limited, Saudi Aramco, Sahara Energy Resource Limited, Bunker One, Peninsula Petroleum Mauritius Limited, and Stonewind Capital LP. At bid opening held on 20th December 2024, 4 bids were received, namely from Aramco Trading Fujairah FZE, Vitol Bahrain EC, BB Energy Gulf DMCC, and Sahara Energy Resource Limited. Following evaluation, the bids were ranked and Sahara Energy Resource Limited emerged as the lowest substantially responsive bidder. Management thereafter requested the bidder to review its prices downward, following which revised premium were obtained as follows. HSFO 180 cc 91.9 USD per metric tons. HSFO 180 SR 97.9 USD per metric ton. HSFO 380 SR 86.4 USD per metric ton. The emergency contract covered approximately 29,000 metric tons for one immediate shipment, comprising 3,500 metric tons of HSFO 180 cc, 13,500 metric tons of HSFO 180 SR, 12,000 metric tons of HSFO 380 SR. The total premium value was estimated at 2,680,100 USD, while the overall consignment based on the applicable Platts posting was estimated at that time at approximately 15.05 million USD. I am further informed that a second emergency procurement exercise was done in 23rd December 2024 for the supply of fuel oil for the period February and March 2025. All the above-mentioned suppliers were again invited to participate through a procurement exercise, and 4 bids were again received. The emergency contract for 2 shipments of fuel oils in this exercise was awarded to Sahara Energy Resources Limited at the following premium rate: HSFO 180cc, 7,000 metric tons at 78.02 USD per metric ton. HSFO 180SR, 28,000 metric tons at 84.55 USD per metric ton. HSFO 380SR, 25,000 at 72.25 USD per metric ton. The interim arrangement enabled continuity of supply pending the commencement of the next annual contract and ensured that the operational requirements of the Central Electricity Board and local industries continued to be met without disruption. Madam Speaker, it is to be noted that Sahara Energy Resource Limited was at that point in time the STC suppliers of white oils and had successfully delivered consignments to the satisfaction of the corporation. Thereafter, in parallel with the temporary emergency arrangement, the STC proceeded with a separate open international bidding exercise for the next annual requirement covering the 1st April 2025 to 31st of March 2026, so as to restore supply under a regular competitive contractual framework. The bidding exercise was launched on 10th December 2024. At the opening of bids held on 16th January 2025, 5 bids were received from international suppliers and were examined in accordance with the prescribed technical, commercial, and contractual criteria. Following completion of the evaluation process, recommendation made in favor of Sahara Energy Resource Limited being the lowest substantially responsive bidder. The Board of STC approved the award on 12 February 2025. I am informed that the contract covered 340,000 metric tons of fuel oils for the annual period concerned. The estimated premium component for the 3 principal grades of fuel oils was approximately 20.99 million USD. As part of its due diligence exercise, the STC also carried out verifications on the successful bidder, including checks against ineligibility lists of major international financial institutions and confirmation regarding sourcing arrangement and compliance with applicable sanction clauses. Madam Speaker, as regards Part B1 of the question, I am informed that the price payable by the STC for each consignment generally comprises 2 main components. 1, the prevailing international benchmark price of a petroleum product based on the applicable market reference quotation, and 2, the contractual premium quoted by the successful supplier. The premium is an all-inclusive supply and logistic components. It generally covers freight, marine insurance, supplier's margin, loading and discharge port charges, deviation costs, bankers, tank cleaning, security charges where applicable, financing and operational risks, as well as delivery to Mauritius on a DAP basis. As regards for Part B2, under the annual contract awarded to Sahara Energy Resource Limited for the period 1st April 2025 to 31st of March 2026, the premium rates were as follows: HSFO 180SR 78.04 USD per metric ton, HSFO 380SR 68.74 USD per metric ton. I wish to draw the attention of the House that the contract agreement was tabled on 14th of April 2026. Madam Speaker, as regards for Part B3 of the question, I am informed that on 23rd January 2023, an agreement was signed between the State Trading Corporation and the Central Electricity Board for the sale of fuel oil, namely HSFO 180.
I can't see B3. I can't see B3.
B2, sorry.
B2.
B2,
Okay.
sorry. they change the question. So,
Yeah.
namely HSFO 180SR and HSFO 380SR for the period covering 1st February 2023 to 31st January 2026. I am further informed that under the provisions of that agreement, the quantities, product specification and premium chargeable to the CEB are reviewed annually through an addendum signed by both parties. The standing agreement was subsequently extended to 31st of March 2026 by way of an addendum. It is also to be highlighted that the premium chargeable to the CEB for both grades of fuel oil includes the premium payable by the STC to its supplier, together with administrative and other operating expenses incurred for the importation of the product and delivery of the same to the CEB's shore tanks. For sales period covering 1st April 2025 to 31st of March 2026, the total premium chargeable to CEB for HSFO 180SR was worked out at 99.39 USD per metric ton, comprising the supplier's premium of 78.04 USD, a survey fee of 15 cents USD, a contingency fee of 620 USD, and an administrative fee of $7. For HSFO 380, the total premium chargeable to CEB was worked out at 82.09 USD per metric ton, comprising the supplier's premium 68.74 USD, a survey fee of 15 cents USD, a contingency fee of 620 USD, and an administrative fee of $7. I am further informed that the contingency component covers risks and costs associated with the importation of fuel oil, including shifting charges, compensation for off-specifications products, contribution to the International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund, and other related risks. No margin is charged by the SCC to the CEB. Madam Speaker, as regards for Part C, the information requested consists of detailed shipment, wise figures, and premium data extracted.
There is no Part C.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will table
Please.
the different figures.
Yeah, because it's very difficult even for me, I suppose, for the general public as well. Leader of the Opposition, your first supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister has been mostly relevant when he has replied to
Don't
my
comment.
PNQ. And I
Please
hope
come.
you'll give me enough
Come
time
with
to
it.
put
I will
my
give you time,
supplementary
but
questions,
no
Madam
comments,
Speaker.
please.
Madam Speaker, the actual contract with Sahara Energy Resource Limited expires end of May. And the Honourable Minister has stated that the country has secured supply for fuel oil up to the end of May 2027. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House when the tender for supply for fuel oil was launched?
Madam Speaker, there was a tender in January. However, the first two lowest bidders were not qualified because we did a due diligence on these two companies, and unfortunately, we could not allocate the tender, and thereafter, the war has arrived, and we had to go direct as an emergency procurement. In fact, we went through the cabinet after the decision of the board of the STC.
Yes, second supplementary.
I think the Minister is getting confused, Madam Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what mode of procurement exercise was used?
We don't understand the question. Did
Madam
you?
Speaker,
Yeah?
there was a tender, and once the due diligence was made,
We
and
got
it
that.
was not positive on the first two bidders, then as the war has arrived, we had to take a decision, because in the meantime, people have heard that one consignment could not
Reach.
come to Mauritius,
Yes.
and we had to supply from Singapore. And in the meantime, we launched an international tender for 48 hours, and the price was excessively very expensive, and we had to take a decision. And the price for the emergency procurement was around $200 for the premium, very expensive, and we got a better price.
Okay, third question. No comments, please.
Again, Madam Speaker, I believe the Minister is not understanding
No comments,
what I am
said.
asking him. With regard to the contract he mentioned, which was awarded on an emergency basis, may we know the duration of the contract? It starts from when and end when?
Well, the contract starts from 1st of August to 1 year. It's as simple as this. And I have to say, it is unlike the MME. MME, there was no emergency. They go direct and they decided everything in an office.
If it's first, one moment. If it's 1st of August, it can only be 25, can't it? It is so obvious. Okay, next question.
No, can I repeat my question? My question is with regard to a tender exercise starting from May 2020, this year, to May 2027. I'm not asking about August, Madam Speaker.
He's talking of 2026, this month.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, the previous agreement, which in fact I deposited at the House, it was over on 31st of March, and then it was extended to May.
Okay.
Yeah, that I know. Then
Okay.
my question is, May is next door, Madam Speaker. What do we do? This is
Question.
my question.
Question.
I already answered this question. In fact, we went direct because of a war, and there was an emergency tender for one consignment only, and the price was excessively very high, over $200 for the premium, and we went directly. Cabinet was apprised of this.
Don't repeat in case you...
So if you went directly, Madam Speaker, can I ask the Honourable Minister to inform the House who were the persons who carried out the negotiations with the supplier, and whether the State Trading Corporation had received government's authority before starting negotiation with the supplier? And if this is the case, can he table the letter which gave the STC authority to start negotiation with the supplier?
First of all, I don't meet suppliers, unlike the previous government. It's the STC, the management team, who negotiates if need be.
You don't meet suppliers, is that what? Yes, all right. Next question.
Okay, he made reference to premium. When he replied to the question, he said that there is an increase of about 18 USD per metric ton with regard to the present contract. Can the Honourable Minister confirm whether the CB has to pay this premium in US dollar and the reasons the payment has to be made in US dollar?
First of all, the agreement which was signed between the STC and the CB, I want to ask him, who signed? Who signed?
Don't ask
Who
him.
signed? Well, when was it signed? It was signed when he was Minister of Ministry of Energy. Don't.
There's 18 US
I'm
dollar
willing
increase
to
per premium.
table the agreement. if
Can
need
I
be.
then,
You can't both stand at the same time.
can the Honourable Minister confirm that under the present contract, the annual premium charges for 2 months only, from the 1st of April for 1 year, that is, represents a total amount of USD $6.5 million, which is around 305 million rupees, which the CB has to pay in US dollar? Do you find this normal, Honourable Minister?
Speaker, first of all, we would not be here today if we did not cancel the MRPL contract when the previous government, our government, in 2006, when we signed a G2G agreement with India, when the Mangalore MRPL was supplying Mauritius with a preferred price. His government, unfortunately, cancelled the contract, despite their former DPM said that it is illegal. It was illegal to cancel the contract.
You put question to him, he has to.
But he has to be relevant, Madam, in answering the questions. Madam Speaker, the present contract with Sahara Energy Resource Limited was extended for a period of 2 months, that is up to 31st May 2026. Now, given that this extension was approved, Minister, on the 9th of February, well before the Middle East conflict started, can the Honourable Minister inform the House and give reasons why no competitive tender exercise was carried out at that time for the supply of fuel oil?
There was a tender, I said, in January. However, the two lowest bidders were not approved because of due diligence.
Okay,
we are not like them. They did not do due diligence when they were in power.
Okay, we heard this twice, 3 times
I have
now.
to say because
yeah, no more on this.
I come back again to the CB. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House under which contractual clause were such adjustments authorized, and was prior approval sought from the CB or the parent ministry?
There's an agreement, and I know that the Minister of Energy is not agreeable with his agreement when he was Minister. We are discussing between the two ministries, and we hope to find a solution in the coming days.
Okay.
This is a question directly to the Minister. Honourable Minister, as Minister responsible for consumer protection, did you intervene so as to reduce the rate of premium paid by the CB to the STC, as that increase will definitely impact on the cost of production of electricity, and also we know that tariffs will be increased by 15% next month.
Did you intervene, Minister?
Well, the two ministries are presently working on the agreement to see whether we can lower the different fees.
Good. I got a few more minutes for you.
So he has now intervened as Minister responsible for consumer protection, et la population va être frappée le mois prochain avec une augmentation de 15% des tarifs d'électricité, Madame la Présidente.
You're making statements.
Yeah, I have to make. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether STC is revising the price structure of Mogas and gas oil, and whether the tax and duties rate will be revised so that to alleviate the problem of Mauritian families? Madam Speaker.
We will decide when the times come. Madam Speaker, I need to add an information. If they really care for the population, why, when they allocate the tender to Coral Energy DMCC, they gave the contract to Coral Energy DMCC, even though the price was more expensive. At that time, it was $89 USD per metric ton, and for BB Energy Gulf DMCC was $76.56 per metric ton. Where was he?
Okay, you haven't finished?
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether the payment of fuel oil to Sahara Energy Resource Limited is being made in an account located in the Isle of Man?
I'm not aware because I'm not part of the management of the STC.
Okay. I want to give a question to Honourable Chief Whip. Yes?
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Le ministre peut-il informer la Chambre les raisons pour lesquelles le contrat signé en 2006 avec la MRPL, l'une des principales raffineries de pétrole en Inde, a été annulé? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
We've heard about this, so now she's asking for reasons.
Personally, I'm not aware, but we can guess because of commission. They were after commissions, the previous government.
Okay, time is up. Time is up. Thank you, everyone. Now we go to questions. Give me a few minutes because lots of questions have been withdrawn. There are few people who are not present today. So as we go along, I will tell you. Give me a minute. For the moment, the table has been advised that PQB 493, 499, 500, 506, 507, 508, 515, 517, and 531 have been withdrawn. So now I call on the second member for Flag-Bonakai, Mr. Bichuk.
Yes, Madam. B494, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Economic Development Board that Mr. SM was appointed as Deputy Chief Executive Officer on the 11th of April 2023 on a 3-year contract. This post was neither advertised internally or externally. Mr. SM was handpicked by the previous board, and the terms of conditions of his appointment were as follows: a basic monthly salary of 400,000 rupees with an annual increase of 3.2%, B, a gratuity of 20% of the annual basic salary payable at the end of each year. 3, passage benefits equivalent to 5% of the annual basic salary. And 4, a chauffeur-driven car. I'm further informed that at this meeting held on the 16th of March 2026, the Board of Directors of the EDB did not renew the contract but extended it for a further period of 1 year on the same terms and conditions. The decision to extend his contract was taken by the Board of Directors of the EDB because they felt that since the CEO of the EDB will be leaving by the end of May 2026 to take another appointment abroad, it might be better to extend his contract for a period of 1 year to ensure continuity at this important economic institution.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister tell us, Prime Minister, tell us whether the post of Deputy CEO, which is not part of the statutes of the EDB and ought to have been advertised, therefore, will he consider nullify the renewal of this contract? Because right from the beginning,
No statements?
this post was supposed to be advertised and go through job interviews, etc.
Yeah, as I said, it wasn't advertised at the time. But it's the board that decides, not me. They decided that in the name of, because of continuity, to ensure continuity, they extended the contract for 1 year. Already some months have passed.
Yes? Okay. Now I shall call on second member for Grand Bay Poudre Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B495.
Madam Speaker, in regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the Cybercrime Unit is headed by an officer of the rank of Assistant Superintendent of Police, who is accountable to the Deputy Commissioner of Police Crime. The unit is presently staffed with 16 other officers of different ranks, comprising another Assistant Superintendent of Police, 1 police inspector, 8 police sergeants, and 6 police constables. In regards to Part B of the question, I'm informed that for the period 1st of November 2025 to 23rd of April 2026, a total of 116 cases has been referred to the Cybercrime Unit for investigation. Out of these, 1 case has been filed before the court. 6 cases have led to arrest, with the persons concerned released on bail with conditions, and inquiring in the remaining cases are ongoing. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part C of the question, Government is aware of the existing operational constraints of the Cybercrime Unit and is taking steps to strengthen its operational capacity in view of the increasing volume and complexity of cyber-related offences. In this respect, a more integrated operational framework has been established whereby the Cybercrime Unit works in close coordination with the Police IT Unit, which provides 24/7 technical and digital forensic support for investigations. 2, this collaboration has been further enhanced through a Memorandum of Understanding signed on the 28th of January of this year between the Computer Emergency Response Team, the Mauritius Police Force, and the Data Protection Office for the operation of a digital forensic lab under the Police IT Unit. 3, training is being provided to officers through a range of international organizations and partner jurisdictions to enhance their expertise in areas such as digital forensics, cyber investigations, and emerging cyber threats. Madam Speaker, still I feel that there is room for improvement, and therefore I've asked for the assistance of the Government of India during my state visit in September of 2025. Following the request, the Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation was engaged in discussion with Maharashtra Cyber, a specialized cybercrime investigation cyber security unit of the Maharashtra Police Force in India, with a view to enhancing the operational capacity of the Cybercrime Unit. In November 2025, a delegation from Maharashtra Cyber visited Mauritius, and in December 2025, a Mauritian delegation led by the Honourable Minister of Information Technology visited Mumbai to pursue further discussions with the Maharashtra Cyber Police on specific areas of cooperation. However, after looking at their proposal, I have decided to deal directly with Delhi. These engagements have led to ongoing structured discussions focusing on key strategic areas of collaboration, including the establishment of a command and control center as the centralized platform for cybercrime response, the development of enhanced digital forensic capabilities to address complex investigations, and the strengthening of the national cybercrime response mechanisms. Alongside these initiatives, and in line with the government's program of 2025-2029, the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation is working on amendments to the Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act to further reinforce the legal framework. These amendments will provide for an enhanced oversight and auditing of critical information infrastructure, as well as stronger safeguards for child online protection. They will also strengthen the obligations of service providers to implement robust cybersecurity measures, comply with mandatory security standards and audits, and report and respond promptly to cyber incidents and cooperate fully with investigators. Drafting instructions have already been conveyed to the Attorney-General's office for the preparation of the amendment of the bill.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable Third Member for Granby Poudre d'Or.
Thank you, Madam. B496, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Mauritius Revenue Authority that as at March 31st of March 2026, the total amount of tax revenue outstanding at the level of the authority amounted to some 25.7 billion rupees. The breakdown is as follows: 14.9 billion under corporate income tax, 7.1 billion under value-added tax, 2.8 billion under personal income tax, 352 million under betting and gaming taxes, 254 million under tax deduction at source, and 249 million under other taxes collected by the MRA. In addition, an amount of 615 million was due under the Contribution Sociale Généralisée, and it has not been paid. With regard to Part A of the question, the main reasons for the accumulation of tax arrears include A, taxpayers filing returns without paying the full amount of the tax payable, B, unpaid tax on assessments raised by the MRA on taxpayers for under-declaration or non-declaration of income, C, cases under objections or appeal have been determined but where the tax due has not been fully paid, and 4, penalty and interest payable on tax due to the MRA. I'm further informed, Madam Speaker, that the amount outstanding under corporate tax includes the case of Avago Technologies Trading Limited, where the tax payable is around 6.6 billion rupees. This amount has become payable under the determination made by the Assessment Review Committee in regard to this case. However, the taxpayer has subsequently appealed to the Supreme Court without paying the tax due. Recovery actions have been initiated by the MRA or under dispute at the moment at the Supreme Court. With regard to Part B of the question, the MRA has informed that it has a specialized unit, namely the Debt Management Unit, which is responsible for the recovery of arrears. This unit uses the various powers conferred to the MRA under the Mauritius Revenue Authority Act to recover tax debts. The most common and effective recovery powers are attachment orders on bank accounts and inscription on immovable property. Where the bank accounts of a debtor are frozen, the banks are required to remit the money in those accounts to the MRA to clear the tax debts. In cases where the debt exceeds 200,000 rupees, an inscription on immovable properties of the debtors is systematically taken. Madam Speaker, with a view to speed up the recovery of the amount of tax due, government has in the last budget renewed the tax arrears settlement scheme, giving taxpayers a waiver of penalties and interest if the total amount of tax is paid. Additionally, 2 new schemes, namely the Tax Dispute Settlement Scheme and the Voluntary Disclosure Settlement Scheme, were also put in place to improve tax compliance. A total amount of 2.27 billion rupees has been collected under the 3 schemes up to March of 2026. I'm further informed that the MRA is currently working on new ways and means to speed up recovery of tax arrears. In this context, the MRA has already deployed more human resources to its debt management unit. The MRA is coming up with additional mechanisms with a view to accelerating the recovery of outstanding amounts.
Yes, Mr. Dwaria, fine. Okay, now we have the Honourable First Member for Pito, Rivière-du-Rempart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 497.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Prisons that all detainees are systematically searched upon their return from court. From the 1st of January 2023 to the 23rd of April 2026, 48 cases have been reported where prohibited items were found to be in the possession of detainees returning from court. With regard to Part A of the question, out of the 48 cases, 35 cases concerning prohibited items such as dangerous drugs, mobile phones, or SIM cards have been reported to the police for investigation as they are suspected to be linked to criminal offences. In regards to the remaining 13 cases involving prohibited items such as cigarettes, lighters, and flintstones, disciplinary actions have been taken against the detainees at the levels of the prisons department. Such actions relate to confinement in a separate cell, forfeiture of privileges or earnings, and loss of remission. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that out of the 35 reported cases, 3 cases have been filed. 1 detainee has been charged with the offence of possession of heroin with aggravating circumstances under Section 34 and 41 of the Dangerous Drug Act. Police inquiry is ongoing on the remaining cases.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Praya, you're okay? Now we have the Honourable Third Member for Port Louis South and Port Louis Central.
B498, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Financial Crimes Commission that since the establishment of the Financial Crimes Commission in March 2024, 327 cases of alleged corruptive practices in ministries, state-owned enterprises, and parastatal bodies have been reported to the Commission. The House may wish to note that the Financial Crimes Commission also took over 136 cases of alleged corruptive practices from the defunct Independent Commission Against Corruption. In regards to Part A of the question, the Financial Crimes Commission has informed that 204 cases are currently under investigation. In regards to Part B of the question, the Commission has informed that inquiries have been completed in 11 cases, out of which 4 cases have been referred to the Office of the DPP. 7 cases have been lodged before the Intermediate Court. In addition, convictions have been secured in 4 cases, out of which determination is awaited in 2 cases. It is also to be noted, Madam Speaker, that during the course of investigation, 248 cases were set aside as the Financial Crimes Commission determined that they do not fall within the purview of the Commission.
Thank you. Yes, one question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he has any information from the Financial Crime Commission if foreign forensic auditors will be required or have recourse to in an attempt to speed up investigation for which the general public is awaiting to see that those who squandered the coffers of the state during 2014 to 2024 are taken care of.
We are having recourse to former members of Scotland Yard to help the police and the Financial Crimes Commission in this.
Thank you. Yes. Next question. Honourable Third Member for Rivière-des-Anguilles, Dr. Dario.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B502.
Thank you.
501.
Oh, I missed Mr. Bichu. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Okay, Honourable Second Member for Blackburn-Accueil.
Yes, Madam Speaker, B501, please.
Bear with me, Miss.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Financial Crimes Commission that the then Independent Commission Against Corruption initiated investigations on the procurement of turbines at a contract value of 4.2 billion rupees for the redevelopment of the Saint Louis power station in June of 2020, based on 3 sources, namely a local press article dated the 9th of June of 2020, a referral from the Central Electricity Board, and a third press release from the African Development Bank denouncing an alleged act of corruption in the award of the tender for the redevelopment of Saint Louis Power Station project by the Central Electricity Board to BWSC Denmark in March of 2016. The Commission, Madam Speaker, has further informed that investigation has been completed and the matter has been transmitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on the 29th of January 2026. Madam Speaker, regarding the names of the people arrested, these cannot be disclosed as the matter has been referred to the Director of Public Prosecutions for further action.
Thank you. Yes. Now it's your turn.
All right. Thank you. B502, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that for the period of 1st of January 2024 to the 24th of April 2026, a total of 26 cases of human trafficking have been reported. Out of these, prosecution has been initiated in 4 cases, of which 3 are currently under trial and 1 has resulted in conviction. The remaining cases are still under inquiry. With the increasing number of foreign workers in the country, the scourge of human trafficking presents a growing challenge which government is addressing through the strengthened enforcement coupled with enhanced legal and institutional framework as well as preventive measures. At the policy level, the National Action Plan for 2022-2026 for combating human trafficking is being reviewed with a collaboration of the International Organization for Migration, IOM, and amendments have been brought to the Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act, TIP, to apply tougher penalties for perpetrators and enlarge the powers and investigation of the police. Some of the key operational measures already in place to combat human trafficking are as follows. First, vigilance is maintained at the airport and the harbor by the Passport and Immigration Office through vigorous screening. Around 5,330 passengers have been refused entry in Mauritius over the past 2 years for non-compliance of entry procedures and suspected irregular or unlawful intent. Second, continuous crackdown operations are carried out by the Passport and Immigration Office tracking team to search for illegal and missing foreigners to prevent them to become the prey of traffickers. Since the 1st of January 2026, around 272 crackdown operations have been carried out and 2,138 foreigners have been arrested for illegal stay. Reinforced coordination with key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations, the TIP Task Force of Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the TIP Unit of the Police and Passport Immigration Office for detection of cases of human trafficking, as well as sensitization campaigns on the risks and indicators of human trafficking. And fourthly, strengthening training and capacity building of police officers, including dedicated modules and recruit courses to enhance detection, investigation, and prosecution of trafficking cases. Police officers also benefit from international training courses from the United States Department of State and the IOM on human trafficking. Madam Speaker, with regard to the protection of victims, I'm informed that comprehensive mechanisms have been put in place to ensure their safety, care, and rehabilitation. These include provision of shelter facilities for both male and female victims, access to medical and psychological support, legal assistance, and arrangements for education of minors in cases where victims are accompanied with the children. Victims are also provided with international communication facilities and, where appropriate, are safely repatriated to their country of origin. A victim-centered standard operating procedure has been implemented with the collaboration of the IOM, and key stakeholders have been trained for the referral of cases of human trafficking as well as support to the victims. Furthermore, close collaboration is maintained with NGOs operating shelters with dedicated police liaison officers, regular monitoring and necessary protection measures to ensure that victims are safeguarded and that there is no contact with alleged perpetrators. Cases of human trafficking are often complex in nature and require careful handling of victims to enable them to depone effectively before court, which is the key to securing convictions. The government remains fully committed to protecting victims and has put solid systems in place to combat this phenomenon.
Thank you. Yes, you're all right. Very good. Now, the Honourable First Member for Savane.
Thank you, Anna.
Black
B503.
Madam Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of the House that information regarding to this question have been obtained for the Department of Civil Aviation as the regulator and Air Mauritius Limited. With regards to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that currently 3 airlines, namely Air Mauritius, Air India, and Indigo, operate on the Mauritius-Asia route. The destinations are New Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Chennai in India, and also Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. In addition, Air India and Malaysian Airlines have a code share agreement with Air Mauritius, connecting Mauritius with Asia. As regards to China, I'm informed that China Southern Airlines and Air Mauritius were operating direct flights on the Mauritius-China route. China Southern Airlines ceased operations on the 28th of November 2015, whereas Air Mauritius continued till 31st of January 2020. There is presently no direct flight between Mauritius and China, although I believe that China Southern Airlines are discussing with Air Mauritius and Civil Aviation to restart the route. I'm informed by the Department of Civil Aviation that as far as the Middle East crisis has not so far, it has not affected the operation of scheduled flights between Mauritius and Asia by Air Mauritius, Air India, and Indigo. However, the crisis has led to significant increase in jet A1 fuel prices throughout the world, and this has affected the cost of operation of Air Mauritius as well as the prices of air tickets. A committee has been set up by Air Mauritius to explore all the opportunities to mitigate the impact of rising jet A1 fuel costs. Air Mauritius is closely monitoring the situation and will take appropriate action as circumstances would warrant. Concerning Part B of the question, Madam Speaker, according to Air Mauritius, the concept of air corridor between Asia and Africa via Mauritius was implemented with effect from the 11th of March 2016. However, this concept was terminated in 2017 as there were several structural flaws which eventually led to the operations running at a loss. There is no plan to re-establish such a corridor for the time being. Air Mauritius has enlisted the services of a consulting firm to conduct a network and fleet review. Currently, Air Mauritius is embarking on a set of game-changing strategies aimed not only at improving the performance of the company, but also to build resilience in the face of emerging challenges. Air Mauritius is not immediately envisaging a strategic partnership with any airline at this stage, but they are looking at it.
Yes, you're okay? Right. Again, the Honourable Second Member for Flag-Bonaccueil. Very popular today.
B504, please.
Madam Speaker, at the launch of the Mauritius-India business meeting last September in Mumbai, I had announced the setting up of a special economic zone in Mauritius. This SEZ would have world-class facilities for excellence in IT, artificial intelligence, high-tech manufacturing, and other transformative investment. The SEZ at Côte d'Or, being developed on 83 arpents of land, will be a premier innovation-driven zone for businesses that define the economy of the future. The setting up of the SEZ is part of our strategy for economic renewal and transition to a new economic model which is investment-driven. Through this zone, government is laying the foundation for a new pillar which will promote technology, a technology-driven economy. During my visit to India in February 2026, at the India AI Impact Summit of 2026, I appealed to the business community to avail of the facilities under the SEZ to make Mauritius a trusted digital gateway between Africa and Asia. A steering committee has been set up to oversee implementation of the SEZ and to ensure that the necessary ecosystem is put in place to attract high net worth investors. This committee is chaired by the Financial Secretary and comprises representatives of the relevant ministries and institutions. It is working on all aspects of the SEZ implementation, including the development of an incentive framework for the zone. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, the Steering Committee has recommended a package of incentives to attract investors in the SEZ. The proposed package will be offered under a new scheme. The scheme will also be available for the development of similar approved zones across the country. The package covers both fiscal and non-fiscal incentives and has been developed based on a benchmarking exercise of incentives being offered by other similar SEZs across the world. The holders of the proposed Golden Visa will be able to participate in the new scheme and benefit from the package of incentives. Once approved by Cabinet, the details of the incentive package will be made public. Madam Speaker, we're ensuring that the package of incentives will be comprehensive enough to cater for the needs of different categories of investors in the zone. With regard to Part B of the question, SEZ at Côte d'Or will be fully serviced with infrastructure which include roads, electricity, and water, as well as wastewater, by December of this year. This will require an investment of around 1 billion rupees, out of which government is financing some 882 million rupees. The remaining investment will be made by Landscope Mauritius Limited. With regards to Part C of the question, the SEZ will be a transformative, game-changing opportunity that will drive the next wave of investment in Mauritius and strengthen the country's global economic positioning. It will also provide the opportunity to position Mauritius as a safe and stable investment jurisdiction in the midst of the pervading uncertainties at the international level. It will support economic diversification, enabling Mauritius to transition into a hub for AI, advanced technology, and manufacturing. International experience shows that the special economic zones are proven catalysts for FDI, for job creation, and economic growth. Being the first AI-focused SEZ in the region, Mauritius is well positioned to emerge as the leader in AI innovation and data-driven economy. This will enable a structural shift from traditional sectors to knowledge-based and innovation-driven industries, enhancing global competitiveness. The SEZ aims to attract leading global technology companies and AI data and disaster recovery centers positioning Mauritius as a producer and exporter of AI services and not just being a consumer. In terms of employment, the SEZ is expected to generate high-value jobs in targeted sectors. At this point, Madam Speaker, we're in the process of launching an expression of interest, inviting investors to invest in the SEZ. We will be in a better position to assess the level of foreign direct investment and the impact on job creation from the SEZ after this exercise.
Yes, thank you. The Honourable First Member for Vacqua-Floréal.
B505.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to the parliamentary question B505 and B511 together as they relate to the same subject matter. As I previously stated in the August Assembly, the government and the new administration of the Bank of Mauritius have implemented a series of measures to rectify the chaotic situation that prevailed in the domestic foreign exchange market prior to November 2024. A pronounced mismatch between demand and supply has led to substantial shortages of foreign currency on the local market. Let me remind the House some of the key measures taken. First, the repo rate was raised by 50 point basis by 4.5% per annum in February of 2025. Second, instructions were given to commercial banks to ensure that all dealings in foreign exchange, including swaps and other derivatives, are effected through financial institutions duly licensed by the bank. Third, the bank enforced stricter control on intercompany transactions in foreign currencies as well as swaps and other derivatives. Fourth, banks are instructed to ensure that forward transactions are priced in a fair manner and in accordance with market fundamentals. And fifth, the regulatory arbitrage between the Financial Services Commission and the Bank of Mauritius regarding the purchase and sale of forex by treasury management companies was discontinued. At the level of government, Madam Speaker, we have reinforced these efforts through structural measures aimed at increasing foreign currency inflows. These including, one, requiring at least 85% of proceeds from the sale of villas under the Property Development Scheme be converted into rupees, and B, mandating that the businesses earning at least 50% of the turnover in foreign currency pay their tax in full in foreign currency. In addition, the introduction of the fee of €3 per night per tourist, effective as the 1st of January 2025, has helped to ease the foreign exchange shortage. As a result of these measures, Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that conditions in the domestic exchange rate have improved. In 2025, both purchases and sales of foreign currency by banks and foreign exchange dealers reached historically high levels, reflecting increased market activity and a notable easing of liquidity constraints in the forex markets. A similar positive momentum has been observed since the start of this year. Transactions in foreign currency by banks and foreign exchange dealers have increased by around 11% from the beginning of the year up to 22nd of April 2026. This reflects a continuing strengthening of activity and confidence in the foreign exchange market. As market conditions have improved, the Bank of Mauritius has had to intervene to a lesser extent in the foreign exchange market in 2025. The bank sold $224 million on the forex market during the year, compared to $372.3 million in 2024. This reduction in the volume of sale reflects the gradual easing of pressures in the market. The trend has continued into 2026, with the bank selling $40 million on the domestic market from January to 23rd of April of 2026. I'm further informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the sales of US dollars in the market were sourced from official currency, foreign currency reserves at the Bank of Mauritius. The situation, Madam Speaker, is improving, especially in view of the overall surplus in the balance of payments. The combined effort of raising the key rate, enhancing regulation, targeted interventions, and structural measures have led to better liquidity conditions and increased supplies of foreign exchange. The Bank of Mauritius is continuously monitoring developments in the market and is having monthly meetings with the treasurers of banks through the Mauritius Financial Market Committee. The bank stands ready to take appropriate actions as may be required to ensure an adequate and orderly supply of foreign currency.
Yes? No. One question, because time is up. Yes.
Est-ce qu'il pourrait nous donner plus de détails sur la provenance des devises des réserves?
I have all the details of the provenance, but from the Bank of Mauritius, but I can look into the matter. But I know, as I said, some measures have been taken. For example, on property, they have to pay now in rupees. This is increasing. Also, the €3 for the tourists, this also is coming to the foreign reserve.
Okay, time is up now. Time is up. I have to inform you that B514 has been withdrawn. So now we go to questions to ministers. The Honourable Third Member for Flac and Bon Accueil, Mr. Ramkalawan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B518.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the honourable member for this question, which is of national importance. Let us be clear, when we speak of synthetic drugs in our schools, we are not discussing mere statistics. We are discussing of a genuine predatory threat which spares almost no one, be they children or adults. Based on the records of my ministry, between 2016 and March 2026, we have identified 80 suspected cases across our state and private secondary schools. Each of these cases was immediately handed over to the police authorities for rigorous investigation as per the established protocol guiding heads of school. Madam Speaker, one single case is an outrage. One single case is a call to arms. My ministry does not merely remain concerned, we are engaged in an unrelenting offensive to purge this scourge from our school premises and the corridors of learning. Our strategy is built on a three-pronged shield to protect our children: fearless prevention, uncompromising deterrence, and compassionate support. Madam Speaker, regarding prevention, we are sensitizing our children through two specific school programs, namely the Get Connected program and the Rebound program. The Get Connected program targets our grade 7 and grade 8 students. This initiative builds a foundation of emotional regulation and responsible decision-making. We are strengthening the protective factors of our children before they are ever approached by a dealer. 2, the Rebound program targets our grade 10 students. We are deploying an interactive, media-driven curriculum designed to dismantle the myth of drug culture. It turns peer pressure into peer leadership. Deterrence. The safety of our school does not stop at the perimeter fence. In a high-level collaboration with the Anti-Drug Smuggling Unit and the Crime Prevention Unit, we have intensified patrols and crackdown operations. 3, psychosocial support. We recognize that substance abuse is often a cry for help. Through the National Educational Counseling Service, we have shifted from a reactive to a proactive model. We are identifying at-risk students through early behavioral markers, ensuring that intervention happens in the counselor's office and proper counseling exercise takes place with a view to protecting our children. Madam Speaker, along with the above preventive measures, we are also investing in capacity building. For instance, the school project entitled School Training, Capacity Building of Ministry of Education and Human Resources is being implemented jointly by NADEC, the National Agency for Drug Control, and the Ministry of Education and Human Resources, with the objective of strengthening leadership and professional competencies within the school system. The target audience includes rectors, deputy rectors, educators, educational psychologists, social workers, headmasters, as well as the PTA members. The implementation period of the project extends from 13th March 2026 to September 2026. Madam Speaker, the expected outcomes are: 1, improve leadership capacity among school leaders to foster safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environments with a focus on student well-being and the prevention of risk behaviors. 2, enhance the ability of schools to implement evidence-based prevention strategies, promote a positive school culture, and active, engaged educators, students, and parents in sustained school development efforts. Madam Speaker, a school should be a sanctuary, a place of light, learning, and growth. We cannot win this fight alone. This requires a whole of society mobilization. We need parents to be vigilant, communities to be vocal, and enforcement to be ruthless and visible. This government will not flinch, we will not relent, and we will certainly never be complacent. We are reinforcing our sensitization campaigns, revamping our detection system, and expanding our support networks because the protection of our children is a non-negotiable priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, yes, Mr. Ramkalawan.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister to reactivate the Brigade des Mineurs, which had a major role in combating substance abuse in schools?
Ça ne relève pas de lui, ça relève du ministère du Genre.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the Honourable Member that we are actually working under the chairmanship of the Attorney-General on what we call children in conflict with law. And in that committee, we are going to bring that suggestion and see what would be the way forward.
Okay. Noted. Yes, Dr. Amir?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether his ministry has noted if there is any relationship between the consumption of synthetic drugs in those secondary schools and the possession of offensive weapons, as has been depicted recently.
I thank the Honourable Member. Definitely we are going to look into that matter. Perhaps we do not have evidence-based data as of now. Definitely this is going to be an area that we need to ponder. We need to carry out investigation in that in order to have reliable data, in order to take informed decision in the future.
Thank you. Dr. Amir, it's your question now.
Yeah. B519.
Madam Speaker, Section 5.1 of the Law Practitioners Disciplinary Proceedings Act of 2025 provides that the Law Practitioners Complaints Commission shall consist of a chairperson, 2 vice-chairpersons, and 9 other members. Section 5.3a of the Act further provides this shall be an appointment committee that shall decide on the nomination of the chairperson, vice-chairpersons of the Complaints Commission. The appointment committee, composed of myself as Attorney-General, Mr. Antoine Domingue, Senior Counsel as Chairperson of the Bar, Mr. Dave Buluki, President of the Law Society, and Mr. Patrice Avrion, Chairperson of the Chamber of Notaries, has decided to nominate former Chief Justice Marc-France Eddy Balancy, GESK, as Chairperson, and former Judge Jacques-Benjamin Gérard Marie-Joseph, and Mr. Kritananda Nagi Reddy, former Assistant Solicitor General at the Attorney General's Office, as Vice-Chairpersons of the Complaints Commission. Section 3b of the Act further provides that where the chairperson and vice-chairpersons are nominated by that appointment committee, the Attorney General shall appoint them. The above name have been contacted and are agreeable to serve as members of that commission. The 9 other members of the Complaints Commission who have been nominated by their respective associations are as follows. For the Bar, Mr. Yusuf Assam Abubakar, Senior Counsel, Mr. Subhash Chandralala, Senior Counsel, and Mrs. Varuna Roy Banwari. For the Chamber of Notaries, Mr. Patrice Avrion, Mrs. Bibi Swaleka Jagan, and Mrs. Kunavati Gouria. And for the Law Society, Mr. Bibakar Rampotab, Senior Attorney, Mrs. Aisha Jua, Senior Attorney, and Navin Rama. However, Madam Speaker, the chairperson and the vice-chairpersons have not as yet been appointed by myself, as there are some other issues that need to be finalized before the Complaints Commission becomes fully operational. As the House knows, under Section 7.2 of the Act, there is provision that there shall be a secretary to the Complaints Commission who shall be a public officer. I wish to inform the House that I have liaised with the Honourable Chief Justice so that a senior court officer be appointed as the Secretary of the Complaints Commission. The Chief Justice has agreed in principle to the suggestion, and we have already earmarked the person that will be so appointed. In addition, that same Section 7 of the Act provides that other public officers will have to be designated to assist the Complaints Commission in the discharge of its functions and exercise of its powers under the Act. These persons are yet to be appointed, and I expect that these persons will be appointed as and when the chairperson and the vice chairpersons will be appointed. Furthermore, I have been on the lookout for appropriate premises to house the Complaints Commission. Several buildings have been earmarked and were visited. I wish to inform the House that the building at Codan, where the Mauritius International Arbitration Centre, the MIAC, is housed, has been identified to locate the Complaints Commission. I have personally visited the premises and met with the management of MIAC, and I have obtained their verbal agreement subject to a formal agreement being finalised. Once these administrative issues have been sorted out, I will make the necessary appointments for the chairperson and vice chairpersons of the Complaints Commission.
Thank you. Yes, one question.
Simple question. When do you expect, Honourable Attorney-General, when do you expect that the Law Complaint Commission will be operational, given that there was a 30-day mandatory period between the day of enactment of the law and its start of operation? Thank you.
The member is right. The law came into operation early in January, and we are absolutely late. But administrative matters are unfortunately the order of the day in this government, and we are trying by all means to try and beat the deadline. We couldn't do it, but I hope that within 4 weeks the Complaints Commission will be up and running.
Thank you, Attorney General. Next question, Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigue. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B520, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank Honourable Member for this question, and with your permission, I wish to recall my responses to PQ B424, B515 and B423, where I referred to the financial situation of Mauritius Post Limited. I referred to that. Madam Speaker, the MPL is indeed facing serious financial difficulties and cash flow pressures. And I am informed by MPL that for the year ending 30 June 2025, it recorded an operating loss of 282 million rupees. At the same time, shareholders' deficit stood at 1.7 billion, while the pension liability amounted to 2.6 billion rupees. Moreover, the company has fully utilized its overdraft facility of 177 million to support its day-to-day operations. Additionally, it has encashed a fixed deposit of 200 million to meet its financial obligations, amongst others. This situation is already impacting employees both in Mauritius and in Rodrigues. It is public knowledge that payment of sick leave benefits due in February 2026 was actually postponed to March 2026, which was eventually paid 3 days later than scheduled. Madam Speaker, in order to address this situation, Mauritius Post is implementing in a phased manner a series of short and medium-term strategic measures, both in Mauritius and in Rodrigues, aimed at stabilizing the organization and improving its cash flow position. In terms of human resources management, emphasis is being laid on improving productivity and efficiency through internal reorganization, capacity building, and redeployment where necessary, both in Mauritius and in Rodrigues. At the operational level, revenue-enhancing measures have been introduced, including an increase in postal tariffs, the revision of rates for postal services, and a review of commissions charged to organizations. And at the same time, the cost optimization initiatives are being pursued, such as a freeze on recruitment and promotions and tighter control over overtime payments. Furthermore, the company is accelerating the development of its e-commerce and parcel-related services through partnerships with international entities. Additional initiatives include the expansion of digital and advertising services, the rental of unused space in post offices, increased digitalization of customer interfaces, and a review of operational processes to enhance efficiency and service delivery. In conclusion, in the medium to long term, the company is also envisaging structural reforms through strategic partnerships and the exploration of new markets with a view to diversifying its activities and ensuring its sustainability in an increasingly digitally and competitive environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, one question.
Thank you. May I ask the Honourable Minister what is being done to address delays in the payment of salaries?
Indeed, there was a delay in the payment of salaries one time. This was a one-off event. We do not expect to have further such events recurring. However, all the measures that I've mentioned in my response are collectively contributing to ensure that such events do not recur. We are all very well aware that all post offices across the globe are undergoing serious challenges. This is why, and Mauritius is no exception, and we face the same situation. We actually deplore the omission of the previous government in terms of relooking at what Mauritius Post Office could have done back then, things that were not done. And this is why today this government is having to pay back for the omissions of the previous government. And this is very, very sad for the employees of the Mauritius Post. Really sad. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Edouard. You're right, Mr. Francois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the employees in Rodrigues, a basic question to reassure them. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether those to retire soon are still eligible for the lapsing pension scheme and other retirement benefits entitlements?
Thank you for this supplementary, Honourable Member. The employment contracts of different employees for Mauritius Post stipulate different conditions of employment, and the conditions of employment are being applied as per those statutory provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. One more.
Yes, if you allow me, as we are talking about the post service, may I ask the Honourable Minister, in relation to the post services in Rodrigues, whether he is aware of a situation prevailing at one of the sub-offices. I seize the opportunity to raise that at Malabar, who is no more suitable to cater for the high volume of parcels there. Will he be looking into it so that we can relocate and find a wider space for this post office at Malabar Rodrigues?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your question actually confirms my previous statement with regards to the lack of actions and the omissions of the previous government. This, Madam Speaker, should have been taken on board much earlier. And we are experiencing an influx of parcels. We're experiencing that, which is actually positive, because this is promising to the fact that we'll be able to successfully implement the reorganization and the business review plan of Mauritius Post Limited. So certainly, we will give effect to the point raised by Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam.
You look at Point Malabar issue.
Yes, woman.
Thank you very much. On this, I will raise for 1.5 hours.
The Honourable Third Member for Contributing Amoka.
B5 to 1.
Monsieur le Président, la CWA m'informe que des projets de pose de tuyaux d'une longueur d'environ 23,7 km ont été mis en œuvre dans le cadre du programme de remplacement des tuyaux, de Pipe Replacement Programme, dans la circonscription numéro 8, donc Saint-Pierre, Bonneveine, Quartier militaire, Villemain, Nouvelle Découverte, Verdun et Saint-Julien-d'Eutemont. Les travaux de remise en état des routes sont terminés à l'exception des régions de Verdun et de Saint-Julien-d'Eutemont, où respectivement 1,1 km et 1,6 km de route doivent être remis en état. Monsieur le vice-président, j'apprends également que la région de Verdun, le contrat de réfection de la chaussée, donc pour refaire le chemin, a été attribué à 36 West Construction Limited le 15 avril 2026. Les travaux de remise en état de la route devraient commencer en mai 2026, cette année-ci, dans quelques jours j'espère, et s'achever en mai 2026. Donc un mois, en quelques semaines, on essaiera de terminer ce travail. Concernant la région de Saint-Julien-d'Eutemont, j'ai été informé que la réfection définitive de la route sur 3,8 km sur les 5,4 km a été achevée. Cependant, en raison d'une enquête menée par la Financial Crime Commission sur l'entrepreneur, les travaux ont été suspendus en 2025. Le 13 avril 2026, ce mois-ci, suite aux conclusions de l'enquête de la Financial Crime Commission, la CWA a enjoint l'entrepreneur de se mobiliser sur le site et de terminer tous les travaux en suspens. Donc, on n'a pas payé l'entrepreneur pendant une année, le restant. Donc, les travaux sont restés bloqués. Et donc, après enquête, la FCC nous a informé que le travail, l'entrepreneur peut continuer, notamment la pose des tuyaux, y compris la mise en service du tuyau principal, d'ici juin 2026. Les 1,6 km restants de remise en état de la route seront effectués à la fois que les travaux de la pose des tuyaux terminés et devraient être achevés d'ici fin juillet ou début août.
Any supplementary? No. The first member for Vacois-Royal.
B522.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the House may be aware, in 2020, the then government adopted a policy decision to include cycle lanes in all newly constructed roads. In line with this government policy, the RDA has implemented cycle tracks as part of major road infrastructure projects since 2020. These tracks, typically located on one side of the road and having widths between 2.6 meter and 2.8 meter, were intended to encourage cycling as an alternative eco-friendly mode of transport. At present, there are certain road projects where cycle lanes have been or are being incorporated across 33 kilometers at a cost of about 546 million rupees. With respect to part A of the question, I'm informed by the RDA that no feasibility study was undertaken prior to the implementation of the cycle lanes, as this was pursuant to a policy decision of the former government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I mentioned in my speech during the debate on the budget 2025-2026 in June 2025, these cycling infrastructures are mostly located outside residential zones and have no connection whatsoever to neighboring villages or existing conurbations. It should therefore come as no surprise that most of these infrastructures are lying idle. I'm informed by the RDA that prior to these cycle lanes becoming fully operational, a series of soft measures must be implemented to ensure the seamless integration of the new infrastructure into the existing transport network. These include, first, a national cycling master plan must be developed to not only map the existing cycle tracks and identify opportunities to extend and interconnect them into a continuous safe network, but also integrate cycling planning into urban mobility strategies, especially near schools, smart cities, business parks, and transit stations. B, with a view to improving connectivity and accessibility, existing cycle tracks should be linked with new dedicated lanes, footpath, and green corridors. In addition, proper wayfinding signage, lighting, crossings, and end-of-trip facilities, bike racks, rest areas should be provided. C, campaigns should be launched to encourage cycling for short commutes, health benefits, and environmental impact. Moreover, local councils and private sector should be engaged as partners to promote community cycling events. And D, a nationwide cycling infrastructure inventory and usage monitoring system should be implemented to assess demand, plan upgrades, and measure impact. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, given that this is a relatively new policy, I'm envisaging to set up a committee to be chaired by the Permanent Secretary of my ministry and comprising all relevant stakeholders, namely representatives of the Ministry of Housing and Lands, the Ministry of Land Transport, the Ministry of Local Government, the Police Department, the TMSU, and the RDA. This committee will be responsible for assessing the usage levels of cycle lanes, their impact on accident reduction, and overall user satisfaction, with a view to guiding future policy decisions, alternate use of these facilities, and improvements, if any.
Je vous remercie. Avant de s'engager dans des new dedicated lanes, est-ce que le ministère envisage une étude ou même un audit indépendant pour s'assurer de l'utilité, de la rentabilité et de la sécurité des pistes existantes et des nouvelles pistes envisagées?
Ce que je viens de dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, on a mis un comité qui va faire tout ce travail, ce que what the Honourable Member is saying. This committee will look into the usage, the proper usage of the existing cycle lanes, and in the future, whether we are going, because it costs a lot of money. You can imagine ₹500 million have been invested in these cycle lanes, and I can say that it is lying almost idle, and some you will see grass, and c'est décalé avec la route principale. If you go in the La Brasserie Road, you're not going to even see the cycle lanes. So a whole study will have to be done, and then we are going to decide.
Il va y avoir un timeline pour le National Cycling Master Plan?
I cannot put a timeline, but what I will do, I will ask the RDA to work rather fast, because anyway, for the forthcoming projects, for example, for the M4 project, there is no, we have not inserted cycle lanes in the M4. This is the big major project that will come, the next big project that will come. So they can work at their ease, because in that project there is no cycle lane. So they will take their time and produce a master plan.
Honourable Second Member for Granville.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sir, B523. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to inform the House that government is fully cognizant of the operational constraints that may be faced by fruit and vegetable sellers, particularly those operating in regions located at some distance from the national wholesale market at Wuton. Now, while the national wholesale market, presently operated by the Agricultural Marketing Board, has been established to bring aggregation in the marketing of agricultural produce, it is not intended to operate in isolation, nor as the sole channel of distribution. Government is, in fact, pursuing a progressively decentralization and facilitative approach aimed at bringing markets closer to the stakeholders and enhancing accessibility across regions. In this context, the proposal to make use of existing infrastructure, including farmer service centers, for the setting up of satellite or mini wholesale facilities is being given due consideration by the Ministry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Agricultural Marketing Board that such approach would enable improved proximity of supply for operators, not only in the northern region, but also in the eastern region. It will reduce logistical and transportation costs, greater participation of planters, auctioneers, and traders at the regional level, and a better alignment with government's broader objectives in terms of environmental sustainability. By bringing aggregation and distribution point closer to production zone and end markets, transport distances can be reduced, thereby lowering fuel consumption, easing road congestion, and ultimately reducing the carbon footprint associated with the movement of agricultural produce. Enhancing the freshness of agricultural produce, our short supply chain allows fruits and vegetables to reach markets more rapidly and with less handling. This not only improves quality for consumers, but also reduces spoilage and losses for planters and traders, and enhance regulatory oversight at the regional level. In fact, it would allow the Pesticide Regulatory Office to engage more closely with planters, traders, distributors through the proximity-based monitoring and sensitization. Now, relevant technical assessment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will be undertaken by my ministry with a view to determining the feasibility, operational model and modalities under which such decentralized facilities will be implemented in an efficient and sustainable manner. These assessments are expected to be completed within the short term with a view to informing subsequent decision. Government remains committed to fostering a hybrid and inclusive marketing system where the national wholesale market operates in synergy with regional distribution points and existing market structures.
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Will the Honourable Minister agree that the previous government decision to have a centralized wholesale market at Wootton is a main impact on the high price of vegetables and fruits in the northern region or any region far from Wootton?
The reply, obviously, is found in the question that you've put to me, and it goes without saying. I recall when we had debate on the amendment to the Agricultural Marketing Board in relation to the setting up of the national wholesale market, we highlighted the dangers, and we even told, without fear or prejudice, we told the then minister that there will be cost overrun. There had been cost overrun, and that we would end up with an elephant, white elephant, on a sand castle. And basically, this is where we are. So there was no vision. It was mainly a decision taken without giving thought to all the implications. And today, we've landed up, as I've said, with a white elephant on a sandcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. May I ask the Honourable Minister if a consultation could be arranged at the earliest possible with the small planters of the northern region, and especially in constituency number 6, 5 and 7? Thank you.
I always entertain whenever request is made. I've met our friends several times, but since there is a legitimate request from a very distinguished MP of the constituency, I will bow and certainly entertain your request.
Just one last question. One last question.
One last question. Still, while awaiting the decentralization, is there any consideration to change the time schedule for the operations being carried out?
Well, I cannot be specific, but certainly we won't like fools or angels fear to tread, but we certainly will entertain your legitimate request.
Honourable Second Member for Warwick.
Thank you. B-stroke 524.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that over the past 5 years, work permits have been issued in respect of 20 foreign workers to take up employment in Rodrigues for the period January 2021 to date. Only 6 of those work permits are still active. I am tabling a list of the foreign workers in Rodrigues, the sectors in which they are employed, and their respective grades. As regards Part A2 of the question, my ministry is in the presence of 2 applications for work permit for foreign workers to work in Rodrigues, and these are under consideration at the level of the ministry. As for Part B of the question, I am informed that there is a labour office in Port-Maturin which operates under the aegis of the Commission of Tourism, ICT, Employment, Labour, Industrial Relations within the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. The primary role of the Labour Office is to ensure that employers comply with the labour legislation through inspection at workplaces, handling of complaints reported by workers to recover their legal dues, and as last resort through court action against non-compliant employers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to point out that it has been reported to my ministry that employers in Mauritius have been redeploying their foreign workers to Rodrigues. These workers are holders of a work permit or a certificate of exemption to work only in Mauritius. And without the prior authorization of my ministry, employers are not allowed to transfer foreign workers to Rodrigues. Last week, officers of my ministry and myself held meetings in Rodrigues with the Commissioner, Head of Department and Officer of the Commission. We agreed that my ministry will not issue any work permit to foreigners to work in Rodrigues without the prior clearance from the Commission. My ministry is also working with the Occupational Safety and Health Department of the Commission in Rodrigues for the issue of lodging accommodation permits for premises where the foreign workers in Rodrigues will reside.
Okay, one question.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. May I ask the Honourable Sir whether his ministry has implemented any capacity building or training for the local public officers in Rodrigues to deal with those foreign workers, mainly in regards to inspection and registration of complaints. If not, will your ministry, in collaboration with the local authority, consider this much needed request?
Absolutely, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Last week we had a very fruitful meeting where we've agreed to make sure that the labour officers in Rodrigues will get adequate training, whether in Mauritius or officers from my ministry will come to Rodrigues to do the training, or we'll do it by way of video conferencing. And we are also working on the legal implication, because there seems to be an issue with the issue of lodging accommodation permit, which is issued by my ministry and not RRA. So we are taking all this into consideration, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Second member for Benoît.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. B525.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in September 2025, someone came to see me at the office to inform me about the alleged exportation and sales of subsidized flour to Comoros Island. My ministry has started an internal investigation and found that the fraud began no later than July 2024. In view of the seriousness of the allegations and the possible diversion of flour intended for subsidized bread production in Mauritius, on 14th of October 2025, the Mauritius Police Force was requested to investigate into the matter with a view to determining the source of procurement of the flour exported by Mr. Mwenze. On 23rd December 2025, the Central Criminal Investigation Department, CCID, has informed my ministry that according to records kept at the Passport and Immigration Office, Mr. Abdul Hakim Mwenze is presently abroad and his expected date of return is unknown. As such, no statement was thus recorded. An officer in charge of PIU was instructed to notify the CCID upon the arrival of Mr. Abdul Hakim Mwenze for investigation. Subsequently, on 6 March 2026, a request was also made to the Financial Crimes Commission to investigate into the matter and to determine whether any offence falling under its purview that may have been committed. As reported in the press, Mr. Abdullah Hakim Mwenze was arrested on 18th April 2026 by the Financial Crime Commission. Mr. Babu Virendranath Singh Gaurisankar, a 54-year-old director of Rider Express Company Limited, was also arrested on 20th April 2026. He is suspected of having conspired with Mr. Abdul Hakim Mwenze while acting in his capacity as director of Rider Express Company Limited. The investigation is still underway. In addition, my ministry is working on corrective measures which include the introduction of specific regulations to prohibit the export of subsidized goods without prior authorization. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question, since July 2024 till date, 287.5 metric tons of flour have been exported to Comoros Island. Investigations are still ongoing to determine with certainty the exact origin of all quantities concerned and whether all or part thereof consisted of subsidized flour. As for the corresponding financial loss to government, it would be premature to state a definitive figure at this stage, as same will depend on the quantities conclusively established as having benefited from subsidy support and subsequently diverted from their intended purpose. Once investigations are completed and verified facts are available, we will be in a better position to state the extent of the financial loss.
Yes, question.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Can the Minister inform the House whether selling a bag of flour at 108 rupees to bakers constituted a significant loophole in this massive fraud? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is definitely a loophole which was here, and the government has come with corrective measures. We eliminated the price of 108 rupees, which is now 217 rupees and 50 cents. We have to also mention that the cost price of a bag of flour costs 650 rupees. So it is, now we have a subsidized price at 217.50 per bag.
Last one.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Can the Minister inform the House about the current status of the subsidy account? I understand that 7 roupies 20 is being collected from the sales of mogas and gas oil to finance flour, LPG gas and jury ration. Merci.
This is very far from your question. Your supplementary is very far from your
He's
question.
asking about the subsidy, in fact,
Yes.
how it is being financed.
How come?
So, in fact, we have a deficit in the subsidy account. So let me give you the details. As at 30th of June 2022, there was a deficit of 871 million rupees. As at 30th of June 2023, there was another deficit of 243,000 rupees. As at 30th of June 2024, another deficit of 109 million rupees. As at 30th of June 2025, 681 million rupees. So the total is 1.9 billion rupees. This is why we have come with corrective measures.
The Honourable Fourth Member for Wooding.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B526. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed by the Food and Agriculture Research and Extension Institute that currently 24,385 pigs are being reared in Mauritius. As for Rodrigue, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Rodrigue has informed that for the period January to December 2025, about 14,200 pigs were reared in Rodrigue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, statistics available at Statistics Mauritius show that the import of pork products for the year 2025 for Mauritius was around 1,300 tons, and these products were imported from Spain, Brazil, France, China, Denmark, Australia, Italy, and Turkey. As for local pork production for the year 2025, 695 tons of meat were delivered to the market after slaughter at the Mauritius Meat Authority. For statistics on pork products for Rodrigue, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Rodrigue, has informed that the Ministry, based on assumptions made and on slaughter statistics for the past few years, it is estimated that the demand for pork in Rodrigue for both consumption and processing is approximately 485 tons per year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, the facilities and support available to breeders by this government comprise of feed subsidy, breeders support scheme, and grant scheme. Under the feed scheme, pig breeders registered by Small Farmers Welfare Fund are provided vouchers of 20 rupees per kilogram of feed purchased up to a maximum of 800 kilograms per breeder. For financial year 25-26, 122 pig breeders out of 128 registered pig breeders of Mauritius have benefited from the scheme. As for the Breeders' Support Scheme introduced in 2025, breeders can avail of subsidies and grants for, amongst others, reinforcing biosecurity at farm level, acquisition of green technologies, drilling of borehole facilities, acquisition of modern and innovative technologies, and product packaging and marketing. 15 applications received for these schemes are under process by the Small Farmers and Welfare Fund, awaiting further information from applicants. As regards the grant schemes, breeders are provided subsidies for the purchase of agricultural equipment, upgrading, construction of pigsty, acquisition of CCTV and rainwater harvest. To date, one breeder has benefited from purchase of equipment for a sum of 100,000 rupees. Two breeders have received a total of 221,500 rupees for upgrading of farm, and another two breeders' application for a total of 129,410,000 rupees have been approved. For the subsidy for acquisition of CCTV camera, one application was received for an amount of 15,000 rupees 540, and same has been approved. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regards to facilities provided to pig farmers, I'm informed that during the financial year 24-25, a pig feed scheme was implemented to support pig farming. However, it has not been implemented in the financial year 2025-2026 due to lack of funds and an excess of pigs on the market. But this will be redressed. In addition to this, at least free meat subsidy campaigns are implemented yearly to provide farmers with a reliable market.
Yes, Honourable Edouard.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. May I ask the Honourable Minister if there is specific support for the market in Mauritius of excess pigs from road rigs?
I won't venture and dare to venture, but you can rest assured that there is parity of esteem in respect to the facilities being extended to road rig. And I have said, if there is a shortcoming, it will be addressed forcefully and meaningfully.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Asking the Honourable Minister, the lost consignment of live pigs exported to Mauritius from Mauritius dated back in 2015. May I know whether there is discussion by your ministry with local authorities in Mauritius to resume live importation of pigs with all required sanitary and or veterinary protocols?
Yeah, as you say, subject that there is full compliance to sanitary and phytosanitary norms, certainly this could be entertained, but I cannot give you a decisive reply.
Just one more, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Master Honorable, rightly so, you mentioned that there's a surplus of around 14,000 pigs in Oryx. Question peut pour scope dans Oryx, Monsieur Speaker. Et la vieillesse. Will the Honourable Minister confirm whether there is an established protocol or trade agreement for possible export of pork or pork products to neighbor countries like Seychelles?
But this matter has to be raised at the level of the Indian Ocean Commission, and we have to make sure that, there's compliance to sanitary and phytosanitary norms. If the market is there and available, not only Seychelles, but as member of SADC, we can certainly widen circle of opportunities and look for markets in many of these countries. Yeah.
Honourable First Member for Savannah River.
B527, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I wish to inform the Honourable Member that my ministry is not responsible for dredging or desilting works at Labalis boat passage, as this does not fall under our jurisdiction. Therefore, the District Council of Black River has neither carried out desilting works at Labalis boat passage, nor does it have the legal mandate to undertake such coastal dredging works. I am also informed that the District Council has not received complaints regarding navigational difficulties at that particular location. However, within its inland mandate, the Council has undertaken desilting works in nearby rivers channels, namely at Rivière Saint-Martin in September 2019, October 2021, February 2023, and February 2026, and at Grande Rivière Nord in February 2023. I am also informed that the Land Drainage Authority completed cleaning and desilting works along Rivière Saint-Martin over approximately 3.5 kilometers, up to A3 Black River Road in February 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, although this matter does not fall under the District Council's direct responsibility, I cause inquiry to be made in good faith with all relevant authorities concerned. The Ministry of Agro, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries has advised that the La Balise boat passage is presently practicable for navigation and no complaints have been registered from fishermen regarding their own. The Beach Authority also has been confirmed that he has no mandate to dredging or desilting in the lagoon or river mouth area, as its role is confined to beach management only. I am further informed by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change that a request submitted by La Balise Marina in April 2025 for dredging at the Rivière Noire mouth could not proceed, as such works require an environmental impact assessment under item 27 of the 6th schedule of the Environment Act 2024, and no application has been submitted by the promoter till date. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, I am informed that a separate request was made in January this year, in January 2026, by the Commissioner of Police for urgent desilting works at the National Coast Guard berthing area at Black River, where sediment deposition was affecting the safe berthing and operational deployment. Following a site visit by several authorities, the Ministry of Environment issued on March 2026 a no objection for desilting works strictly limited to that particular operational area, subject to given environmental safeguards. I am further informed that Police Department and the Ministry of National Infrastructure are currently finalizing the technical specification, following which a bidding exercise will be launched soon for implementation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I therefore wish to reiterate that the District Council of Black River is not responsible body for coastal dredging or desilting at La Balise. Nevertheless, all relevant authorities have been consulted, and where intervention is required, the authorities are taking the necessary action through appropriate legal, technical, and environmental procedures to go ahead with the Commissioner of Police request.
The Honourable Third Member for Kocheviti Amoka.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that the disruptions to the electricity supply at Mohanlal Mohit Government School situated at L'Avenir are currently localized to 5 classrooms within a single block. This situation is the direct result of water ingress caused by roof leakages. I must emphasize that the electrical supply to these specific rooms was disconnected by the Energy Services Division as a proactive and essential safety measure to protect both students and staff. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, upon consultation, the ESD advised that no viable quick fix or medium-term electrical bypass could be safely implemented while the water ingress persisted. Consequently, the only sustainable solution is to resolve the structural leakages before reinstating power. To this end, a comprehensive assessment of the entire school compound has been completed. I can confirm the following timeline of actions taken by the Ministry. 11 February 2026, invitations for bids were officially launched. 25th February 2026, procurement process closed, followed by a rigorous evaluation. 27th April 2026, the contract was formally awarded following endorsement by the Zonal Bid Committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, physical works on site are tentatively scheduled to commence during the first week of May 2026. The scope of work, which includes extensive roof repairs and associated remedial tasks, is expected to last 4 weeks. Immediately upon completion of these repairs, the ESD will be directed to conduct a safety inspection and reinstate the power supply. We anticipate the classrooms will be fully operational by early June 2026. In the interim, I have been assured that robust contingency arrangements are in place to ensure that pedagogical activities continue without hindrance. The safety and educational continuity of our learners remain our absolute priority. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, the table has been advised that PQ is B533, B541, B543, B546, B548, B558 have been withdrawn. The Honourable Third Member for Flag Bonacay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B529.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that the National Pension Fund was established under Section 37 of the National Pension Act 1976, which shall be administered by the Minister of Social Security in accordance with the Finance and Audit Act. Contributions to the fund, into the fund were being made by both employers and employees of the private sector at the rate of 6% and 3%, respectively, under the National Pension Scheme. However, the previous government stopped the contribution scheme in August 2020 and introduced the Contribution Sociale Généralisée, CSG, as from 1st September 2020. I'm assuming that the Honourable Member is referring to the National Savings Fund instead of National Solidarity Fund. The National Savings Fund, NSF, was established under Section 3 of the National Savings Fund Act 1995, with the objectives to provide for the payment of a lump sum to every employee on his retirement and in respect of every employee at the time of his death, and to set up and operate for the benefits of employees such scheme, including loan schemes, as may be prescribed. Employers contribute 2.5% in respect of each employee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Section 38 of the National Pensions Act provide for the setting up of a NPF-NSF investment committee under the chair of the Financial Secretary. Any surplus remaining in the National Pensions Fund and National Savings Fund may at any time be held on deposit with the government or invested in such manner as the NPF and NSF Investment Committee may determine. With regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that the fund value, that is the balance standing to the credit of the National Pensions Fund, stood at around 165.1 billion rupees, and the fund value of the National Savings Fund stood at around 50.26 billion as at December 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I add for the attention of the House that the regeneration of the National Pension Fund to replace the Contribution Sociale Généralisée is presently one of the attributions of the Commission of Experts on Pension Reforms set up by the Cabinet in September 2025 with a view to overhaul the national pension system. A ministerial committee on pension reforms has also been set up by the Cabinet to provide guidance to the Commission on strategic direction and policy priorities for the reform of the pension system, and to access and act on the recommendations of the Commission under the chair of the Prime Minister. The following ministers form part of the steering committee: the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, the Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity, the Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning, the Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations, the Minister of Industry, SME and Cooperatives, the Junior Minister of Finance, and the Junior Minister of Social Integration, Social Security, and National Solidarity. As at date, no meeting of the Steering Committee on Pension Reform has been held. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the fact that these two funds are investment funds and they constantly buy and sell on a day-to-day basis. And as a matter of example, NPF has purchased some 222 billion rupees of government instruments over the past 10 years. And these investments have matured and being reinvested. As at 31st December 2025, the NPF return on investment was 7.25, and the NSF return on investment was 7.21%. And as at 31st December, an annual return of both NPF and NSF since 2015 are being tabled. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigue.
Yes, thank you. B-stroke 530.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as at date, there are 2,506 registered fishermen or fishers. And in accordance with Section 120, bracket 3 of the Fisheries Act, every fisherman must be issued with a fisherman registration card along with a fisher identity card. Moreover, Section 121 of the Fisheries Act provides that every registered fisher shall have in his or her possession his or her fisher identity card while engaging in fishing or fishing-related activities. The fisher ID card, which is a hard and waterproof plastic card, contains the following details: full name, address of the fisherman, fisherman registration number, name of fisheries post where the fisherman is registered, mode and ground of fishing, and name of the fish landing station concerned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, hence there is today both a plastic fisher identity card and a fisher registration card, which is a 14-page paper basket booklet. Now, being given that the fisher registration card may be prone to damage when in contact with water, a plastic fisher identity card has been issued to every single registered fisher around the island. As of now, both fisher identity card and fisher registration card are serving the purpose for which they are meant.
Honourable Second Member again. B532.
Yes.
Ah.
B532.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mauritius, being a small island developing state, is highly vulnerable to climate-related hazards, such as severe tropical cyclones, flash floods, sea level rise, massive beach erosion, and heat waves, among others. As such, the country and our people are at great risk and is exposed to changing climate conditions and crises. Having registered our first climate-related disaster in 2013 with the death of 11 of our citizens, Mauritius have put in place its first major legal and institutional framework to mitigate climate risk and response to climate emergencies. The National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act was enacted in 2016. During the last 10 years, various shortcomings of this legal framework have been highlighted, especially when 2 workers tragically lost their lives during the Belal cyclone torrential rain in January 2024. Being part of the ministerial committee presided by my colleague, Honourable Minister Reza Yutim, I am informed that the new legal framework on torrential rain to protect the lives of workers without discrimination will be a reality shortly. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, climate issues are cross-sectional and intersect with many ministries and institutions. My ministry, which has been historically responsible of evacuee centers for cyclonic conditions, has seen its mandate in 2015 been extended to open the 156 evacuee centers under its responsibility, upon a request from the National Emergency Operations Center, NEOC, in the event of torrential rain, flooding, or any other national disasters. These evacuee centers are supplied with basic amenities such as bottled water, biscuits, baked beans, now canned tuna, and yoga mats. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am further informed that in accordance with the Social Aid Regulations 1984, a cyclone allowance of 250 rupees is payable to person per night spent at the evacuee center, and a flood allowance amounting to 250 rupees is payable for damaged foodstuffs per person per day for a maximum of 3 days upon presentation of a police memo. When this new government took office, based on the responsibility or pre-post responsibility of my ministry, I reframed this ministry's role in the context of climate crisis unfolding in the Republic of Mauritius and on its people. I created a climate unit in my ministry to work for the recognition and integration of the concept of climate-related victims within climate policy framework of the new government. The climate crisis is not only an issue of reduction of carbon emission under NDC, nationally determined contribution for countries like ours. Climate crisis has become a living reality, generating climate-related victims with loss of lives, personal belongings, and affecting the very livelihood of the people, especially the most socially vulnerable and the climate vulnerable people. Thus, my ministry has reshaped the climate policy of our country towards what is called in the climate jargon, adaptation and mitigation, with emphasis on the affected people, that is, climate-related victims. The Right Honourable is right in asking on measures put in place or being envisaged to mitigate the effects on vulnerable peoples and assistance provided to those affected. The Social Integration Division of my ministry has been for the past several years, had several projects.
You've got long to go. We can circulate answer if you so wish.
Yes, I can circulate it. That's not a problem. With pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Can I put a supplementary?
Yes, of course you can.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Very interesting subject. Will the Honourable Minister agreeable with me that social protection to climate change is a bit underrepresented in our determined contribution NDC 3.0, as it is mostly related to absorb the impact shocks, but not a sustainable social protection system, which should look into environment and development process through cross-sectoral policies
to avoid and minimize residual loss and damage. May I know whether Mauritius applied for any funds under the loss and damage funds created during COP28 to strengthen resilience and to help people affected or victims from climate change?
I thank the honourable member, and this is in fact the next part of my answers. That's when I will circulate, but I'm just mentioning that there are several mitigating measures that we are envisaging: flood-proofing, flood barriers, properly equipped evacuation centers, providing water harvesting systems, early warning systems, and maybe relocation of socially vulnerable people and climate vulnerable, that we will be presenting together with the Ministry of Environment, in fact, to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, the FRLD. And some of the measures will be presented in the conference that will be held in Mauritius, the Mauritius Climate Investment Fund. What we are aiming at is trying to get the Global Climate Fund to be used for climate-related victims. And most of these funds, because of the budgetary constraint, will be kind of non-budgetary, but externally or other source of fund. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Portway South, Portway Central.
B534, please.
Monsieur le Vice-président, le CEB m'informe qu'il existe actuellement un parc éolien à la centrale de Plaine des Roches d'une capacité installée de 9,35 MW et qui fait l'objet d'un contrat, d'un PPA signé le 15 juillet 2013 qui a été inauguré après par le gouvernement de 2014-2015. Le parc éolien comprend 11 éoliennes qui représentent environ 0,3% du mix électrique national. Il convient aussi de noter, Monsieur le Vice-président, qu'un projet de parc éolien à Plaine des Roches, à Plaine Sophie, d'une capacité de 29,4 MW avait été initié dans le temps, entre 2018-2019, mais finalement abandonné en novembre 2020. Monsieur le Vice-président, l'énergie éolienne est l'une des composantes de notre stratégie nationale en matière d'énergie renouvelable. Mon ministère, le CEB, Marina, IMO, entend diversifier le bouquet énergétique renouvelable en combinant à moyen et à long terme des technologies éprouvées, comme l'éolien, le solar et d'autres technologies telles que l'éolien en mer. Concernant les points A et B de la question, Monsieur le Vice-président, le CEB propose, là, actuellement, nous proposons d'étendre le parc éolien de Plaine des Roches d'une capacité supplémentaire de 15 à 20 MW. Le régime de vent et de performance des turbines étant déjà connu, parce que nous l'avons fait en 2013, nous sommes en train d'acquérir environ 90 hectares de terre à Plaine des Roches pour le développement de ce projet. Le CEB prépare actuellement l'appel d'offres qui sera lancé d'ici juin de cette année-ci. Le projet sera mis en œuvre selon le modèle d'un IPP et produira environ, je l'espère, autour de 20 MW. Mon ministère, Monsieur le Vice-président, étudie activement le développement de l'énergie éolienne en mer. Une étude pré-faisabilité menée par l'Université de technique du Danemark a identifié un potentiel d'environ 100 MW, notamment dans la région du nord-nord-est du pays, nord-nord du pays. D'autres études sont en cours d'élaboration avec le soutien des partenaires internationaux. Monsieur le Vice-président, il faut bien se dire que notre stratégie en ce qui concerne l'énergie renouvelable repose sur 5 axes solides. Depuis une année, nous travaillons sur la stratégie pour atteindre 60% d'énergie renouvelable, non pas en 2030, mais en 2035. Donc on se donne autour de 10 ans, 2026-2035, autour de 9 à 10 ans, pour arriver à 60% d'énergie renouvelable. Donc j'ai gardé les 60% d'énergie renouvelable, mais nous avons reset pour repousser à 2035. Donc les 5 axes reposent d'abord sur l'énergie solaire. Les 405 MW lancés en termes de tender qui a été lancé il y a semaine dernière, l'énergie solaire, les 10 par 10 MW, 100 MW, les 3 fois 40 MW, 120 MW, et aussi le vent, le parc éolien de Plaine des Roches que nous voulons agrandir. Ceci dit, nous avons aussi l'intention de valoriser la bagasse. Et comme personnellement, je l'ai dit à plusieurs reprises, je le crois à plusieurs reprises, il n'y a pas de bagasse. La bagasse, à mon avis, n'a pas d'avenir si nous ne faisons pas ce que d'autres pays l'ont fait avant nous, c'est de phase out le charbon graduellement par la biomasse. Et en parlant de biomasse, nous parlons de wooden chips. Nous voulons que, au fil des années, dans les 3 ans à venir, nous voulons que remplacer le charbon par au moins 15% de charbon. On va brûler en l'entrecoupe ensemble avec la bagasse. Donc c'est la biomasse. Nous avons aussi lancé le Household Project sur les toits des maisons. Ça forme partie des 5 axes que nous avons identifiés pour les 10 ans à venir. Les households. Donc, vous mettez un panneau de 10 kW sur votre maison sans la permission du CEB. Je l'ai dit à plusieurs reprises, l'un des blocages que j'ai remarqué depuis très longtemps et aussi en tant que ministre, c'est que le CEB prend son temps, 4 mois, 5 mois, 6 mois, 1 année pour vous donner la permission de mettre des panneaux pour être autonome chez vous. À mon avis, c'était une aberration. C'est pour cette raison que j'ai demandé de lever cet obstacle pour que, dorénavant, n'importe qui dans ce pays qui veut être autonome de 10 kW, vous mettez sur votre maison et vous avez l'autonomie pour vous personnellement et de revendre aussi avec le CEB. Nous avons aussi, dans notre politique, monsieur le vice-président, aussi la batterie, le stockage. Notre problème à nous, c'est de 6h à 10h, de 6h à 9h du soir. Nous avons la pointe. Le CEB étant sous la pression. Donc, ce que nous avons fait, c'est que dorénavant, depuis 1 année, tous les projets d'énergie renouvelable de ce pays est obligé d'être équipés de la batterie. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons acheté, il y a 1 année, une batterie de 20 MW qui sera opérationnelle en fin juin ou juillet de cette année-ci. Donc ces 20 MW que nous avons acheté de batterie va nous aider en termes de pointe. Nous pensons aussi acheter d'autres batteries. Donc tous les projets que vous voyez dans les journaux, tous les projets que nous avons mis en public, ce sont des projets avec batterie. Donc c'est obligatoire. Dernier point de notre axe dans la stratégie énergétique, monsieur le vice-président, c'est l'efficacité énergétique, la sobriété énergétique, l'efficience énergétique. Moi, je l'appelle le négawatt, pas le mégawatt. C'est le mégawatt non utilisé. C'est le professeur Joël Deroné, quand mon ami, l'honorable Ousmane Mohamed, était à la tête du Mauritius durable, c'était le négawatt. Donc l'efficience énergétique, la campagne d'efficience énergétique qui commence encore une fois à partir de juillet de cette année-ci, sera une campagne d'efficience énergétique agressive pour éviter le gaspillage, faire comprendre à la population, faire comprendre aux entrepreneurs que l'audit énergétique, l'économie énergétique, la sobriété énergétique nous fera gagner en mégawatts. Donc ces 5 axes, monsieur le vice-président, notre stratégie énergétique pour les 5, 6 prochaines années ou 9 ans, ce sera autour de ces projets.
Merci, monsieur le vice-président, bien sûr. Puis-je demander au ministre concerné, dans la volonté d'agrandir le parc éolien de Plaine des Roches, quelle sera la contribution sur votre 60% que vous voulez réaliser à 2035 sera la contribution sur le National Grid de par les fermes éoliennes.
Ce que j'ai dit un peu plus tôt, monsieur le président, c'est que les parcs que nous avons à Plaine des Roches contribuent très peu Hein, je peux dire très peu. 0,3% de notre mix énergétique. C'est pour cette raison que nous croyons au ministère, nous croyons qu'un bouquet énergétique fera l'affaire du pays. Vous savez, nous avons des demandes en pointe et nous avons aussi des demandes en baseload, comme on dit dans le jargon. Donc, le baseload, il y a peut-être 2 technologies qui peuvent répondre au baseload. Le charbon, l'huile load. Donc, nous sommes obligés d'avoir un bouquet énergétique. Un bouquet énergétique où vous avez le vent, où vous avez le soleil, où vous avez l'efficience énergétique, vous avez la bagasse, vous avez la biomasse, les wooden chips, mais aussi la batterie. Donc, la partie de éolienne va contribuer très minimement, si je peux dire, hein, à notre bouquet énergétique, mais cela va contribuer à ce que c'est un vrai bouquet. Vous savez comment c'est un bouquet, avec des roses et autre chose. Donc notre bouquet énergétique va comprendre beaucoup de fleurs. Merci.
Okay, thank you. Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Cameroon.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président B535.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry has been made aware of 7 alleged cases of child ill treatment at the Twaha Academy boarding school. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on 1st April 2026, the Family Support Service of FLAC was contacted by the Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station to report that 2 minors, MZZHM, aged 15, and MAI, aged 14, had stated that one Mr. Epi, principal at the Twaha Academy boarding school, had once given them a cigarette to smoke, after which they felt dizzy. The officers were informed that the 2 minors had been convened to record their statements on 2nd April 2026. The police was advised to inform the minors and their parents to attend the Family Support Service of FLAC after recording their statements at the police station. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed that on 2nd April 2026, the Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station was contacted by my officers, as neither the minors nor their parents had attended the Family Support Service of FLAC. The police informed that the minors, in the presence of their respective mothers, had recorded their statements at the Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station, and that an alleged case of child ill treatment had been entered under OB 1158/26 as a pre-measure against the principal of the institution, Mr. Epi. It is to be noted that no case of sexual abuse was reported under that OB number. However, the Family Support Service of FLAC contacted the parents of the minors and explained the services offered by the ministry. But the parents declined that the children be medically examined and did not wish any psychological support. They were, however, provided with the contact details of the Family Support Service for future reference. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on 7th April 2026, the Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station informed the Family Support Service of FLAC that a 13-year-old minor, MSNB, had recorded a statement in the presence of his mother in connection with an alleged case of child ill treatment, and OB 1245/2026 was entered. As per the statement, the child had been slapped on his cheek by the principal of the institution, Mr. Epi. On the same day, the minor MSNB, accompanied by his mother, attended the Family Support Service of FLAC, where he reported that he had been a victim of both physical and verbal abuse by Mr. Epi. On the following day, he was medically examined by the police medical officer at Line Barracks. My ministry has provided the minor and his mother with psychological assistance. A review is scheduled for 23rd April 2026, had been scheduled then. Follow-up sessions
are being maintained by the FSS of FLAG. On 9th April 2026, another minor, MSDA, 11 years old, made a statement to the police station in the presence of his father to the effect that he was on several occasions assaulted by Mr. Epi, the last time being in March 2026 with a mop stick. He was examined by the police medical officer on 14th April 2026. On 11th April 2026, one person named MMHN, now 18 years old, reported that when he was 17 years old and a student at Twaha Academy boarding school, he was assaulted by Mr. Epi. He did not want to be medically examined. On 13th April 2026, another minor, SZB, age 13 years, accompanied by his mother, made a statement at Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station in connection with OB 1158/26 child abuse case. On the same day, minor SZB and his mother attended the Family Support Service of FLAC. He related that he joined Twaha Academy boarding school since November 2025, and in February 2026, Mr. Epi had hit him with a bamboo stick. He further stated that in March 2026, Mr. Epi had hit him on his head as he was scratching his eyes during prayer time. On the same day, minor SZB was seen by a psychologist of my ministry, and the case was referred to FSS Triolet for further assessment. On 21st April, minor MAI, aged 14 years, student of the Twaha Academy boarding school, stated in the presence of his mother that he was assaulted by Mr. Epi on several occasions, but he refused to be medically examined. On the same day, another minor, MZZHM, age 15, student of the Twaha Academy boarding school, made a statement in the presence of his mother that he was assaulted by Mr. Epi on several occasions. I am informed that a police inquiry is ongoing on the allegations made against the principal of the Twaha Academy boarding school. I am further informed that the Twaha Academy boarding school has ceased its operation since 31st March 2026.
Yes, I will allow you supplementary, but be careful, there's still a police inquiry going on, and we don't want to prejudice the police inquiry. So
Ne vous
be careful with
inquiétez
your
pas, Monsieur le
supplementary.
Vice-président, ne vous inquiétez pas. Ouais. Alors, Monsieur le Vice-président, je vous remercie de me donner l'opportunité de poser quelques supplémentaires. La ministre peut-elle indiquer à la Chambre, dans cette affaire aussi grave et traumatisante, comment se portent les enfants victimes ainsi que leurs familles? Merci.
Monsieur le vice-président, à ce stade, à ce jour, à ce matin, je n'ai pas eu les nouvelles des enfants et des parents.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Vice-président.
So question that I receive whether
La ministre peut-elle déposer sur la table de l'Assemblée un relevé précis et daté du nombre de séances de soutien psychologique effectivement dispensées aux victimes et à leurs parents? Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Monsieur le vice-président, je ne suis pas en présence de ces informations right now.
Une dernière, Monsieur le
Vice-président.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. La ministre peut-elle indiquer à la Chambre si son ministère a réellement la capacité d'assumer un suivi psychologique régulier et efficace compte tenu du nombre d'enfants qui se sont manifestés? Vous avez d'ailleurs listé les victimes, ainsi que leurs familles, ou admet-elle que les ressources actuelles sont insuffisantes pour répondre à l'ampleur des besoins? Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Monsieur le vice-président, je pense que les psychologues sont suffisamment qualifiés pour support the families. Mais toujours est-il que les ressources ne sont jamais assez, ne sont jamais suffisantes.
Honourable second member for FLAC. Bon accueil.
Oui, Monsieur le Vice-président, B536, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, constituency number 9, Flag Bonacay, spans over a reasonably wide geographical area. It comprises several villages and residential zones, with Central Flag serving as a principal socio-economic hub. I am informed by the NLTA that the constituency benefits from an extensive bus service network of 37 routes. Public transport services in the constituency are mainly provided by individually owned buses operating under Bus Owners Cooperative Societies Limited and along some 34 routes, as well as by the NTC on Route 56, the Triolet bus service on Route 29, and Divla Limited on Route 240. These 39 routes may be broadly grouped as follows: 6 routes serving the north, which include regions such as Goodlands, Cambay, and Rivière-du-Rempart; 7 routes serving the region of Port-Louis; 9 routes serving the regions such as Curepipe, Rosehill, and surrounding areas; 8 routes serving the eastern coastal belt, including regions such as Belmar, Palma, Trou-de-Douce, and Poste-Lafayette; 5 routes serving as local and circular routes within the outskirts of Central Flag. In view of the extensive nature of this network, I'm tabling the full list of bus routes to and fro from constituency number 9. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am further informed by the NLTA that it has received representation from inhabitants of some localities on bus services. Following an assessment, it has been observed that the issue at hand is not so much the absence of routes, but rather the adequacy, frequency, and the financial viability of services on certain existing routes. The routes identified by the NLTA having inadequate services are Route 219, the description is in the list, Route 55A, and Route 54. Services along these 3 routes are provided by buses of other routes on a roster basis under the trip-based payment under a contract between the NLTA and Flag Bus Owners Cooperative Society. It is worth underlining that previously twice buses were licensed along Route 218 and 2 buses were also granted licenses for Route 55A. All these buses could not continue providing services along these routes as they were mostly because they were uneconomical. The operators were bound to seek transfer of their license to other routes. The grant of licenses along these routes will therefore not solve the transport problems of residents of those regions, as for after a period of time, the new operators will not be able to sustain the services. The better solution, according to the NLTA, would be to increase substantially the number of paid trips being provided under the contracts with the cooperative society during both weekdays and weekends. This arrangement hopefully will better meet the needs of commuters, and although it may be costly, the more so as the Flag Bus Owners Cooperative Society is requesting for a substantial increase in the rate of payment per trip. The NLTA has also informed that constituency number 9 has a total of 686 taxi car licensed to operate from 77 bases of operation, besides the 333 taxis licensed at hotels. Therefore, a total of 1,019 taxis out of 7,803, which is a total of 13%, the highest among all the 20 constituencies. Mr. Anilbechi will surely agree with me. These taxis cars mostly operate as taxi train, known as separate fares, and complement transport needs along corridors which bus services are either not operational or services are inadequate. To end, Deputy Speaker, sir, as part of my broader approach to closely monitor public transport issues across all constituencies, I shall shortly, as discussed, convene a meeting with the honourable members of elected constituency number 9 to discuss the matters in detail. I wish to underline that similar exercises have been carried out in other constituencies since my becoming Minister of Land Transport and have proven to be constructive in addressing ground-level concerns. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister urge the NLTA to carry out a thorough investigation that will include checking whether annual revenue returns are being done by correct taxi operators at the MRA in order to track and, if needed, cancel the PSV licenses of those taxis which are inoperational today and allocate them to people who are willing to offer the service?
I definitely welcome this question, Deputy Speaker, sir, but I think this problem is a chronic problem around the country. Taxi drivers are supposed to provide taxi services, but they don't adequately do so.
The Honourable First Member for Montagne Blanche.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B537.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that my ministry provides financial assistance under Overseas Treatment Scheme for patients requiring medical treatment not available in our public health institutions in Mauritius. According to my ministry's policy, provision is made for financial assistance under the following schemes. Number 1, patients over 25 years old, a total of 1.3 million rupees, and then the child cancer scheme and pediatric scheme, unlimited assistance for patients up to 25 years old. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that a total of 1,851 patients have benefited from financial assistance under the above scheme from January 21 to December 25. I'm further informed that since this government took office, a total of 786 patients for period December 2024 to April 2026 have received financial assistance, including 105 patients under the child cancer scheme. These schemes are being reviewed. There have been complete abuse and over-exaggeration with a colossal amount of funds disbursed for treatment. With regard to Part A of the question, I am, with your permission, tabling the information as requested. According to my ministry's policy, provision is made for financial assistance. As regards Part B of the question, my ministry is continuously implementing a series of measures aimed at strengthening public healthcare services at the national level. These measures include sustained massive investment in healthcare infrastructures, state-of-the-art equipment and human resources. These measures would to a large extent reduce our dependency on foreign hospitals for treatment of our patients. During this financial year, an allocation of approximately 18.5 billion rupees has been earmarked for the health sector, reflecting government's commitment to modernizing and strengthening public healthcare delivery across all levels of care. At the primary care level, the following measures are being implemented: prevention, early detection, and community-based management of diseases, particularly non-communicable diseases. Second, diabetic retinal screening, diabetic foot care are being decentralized to community level, and structured programs for early intervention and lifestyle modification for diabetes and pre-diabetes patients, supported by the development of specialized diabetes care centers. At the secondary level, regional hospitals are being continuously upgraded with improved diagnostic and treatment facilities, and specialized services are being decentralized to improve accessibility and reduce pressure on tertiary institutions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the tertiary care level, the trauma and emergency unit in each regional hospital has already been set up under the supervision of emergency physicians. The kidney and renal transplant unit at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital has already been operationalized. A bone marrow transplant unit will also be operational once the setup is ready. Interventional cardiology services have been extended to Rosebell Hospital. The vascular surgery unit at Flak Hospital is already operational. The new eye hospital at Muka is already providing significantly ophthalmological care to patients, and specialized ophthalmology services have been decentralized to Flak and Suyak hospitals. Other major projects in the pipeline include the construction of an Ayush Center of Excellence at Côte d'Or to promote and develop traditional systems of medicine, and the construction of a new SSRN hospital aimed at modernizing and expanding the Sir Sivsagar Ramgoolam National Hospital to strengthen healthcare infrastructure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have to emphasize that my ministry is also having recourse to services of foreign doctors from United Kingdom, Australia, India, and South Africa to assist us in complex super specialized surgeries. These experts are specialized in the fields of vascular surgery, ophthalmology, neurosurgery, interventional radiology, renal transplant, ENT, head and neck surgery, oncosurgery, amongst others. Such foreign visits also offer a golden opportunity for our local doctors to keep abreast with modern techniques and care management already in place in advanced countries. From November 2024 to date, 84 specialized foreign doctors came to Mauritius to undertake complex surgeries such as in the fields of ophthalmology, orthopedics, renal as well as cardiac and vascular surgeries. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at present, there is an oncosurgeon from Apollo Hospital, India, who is conducting complex surgeries at the National Cancer Center. Diagnostic and emergency healthcare services are also being strengthened through the expansion and upgrading of CT scan and MRI facilities across public hospitals, including ongoing procurement and installation of additional imaging equipment at key institutions such as Flack Hospital, Rosebell Hospital, and Victoria Hospitals. A PET scan is operational at National Cancer Center, Phoenix. A national program is being implemented for the replacement and modernization of aging radiology equipment, while efforts are underway to enhance equitable access through establishment of CT scan and MRI services in underserved regions, including the Flack and Southern regions. In parallel, SWAMI capacity is being reinforced through expansion of ambulance fleet to strengthen both emergency response and inter-hospital patient transfers. During this financial year, 4 additional ambulances have SAMI ambulances have been procured, and my ministry.
You got a lot to go?
I'm concluding now because if the question was such, it requires a lengthy answer.
Yeah, but if it's a long answer, we can always circulate it.
Only one or 2 minutes. So during this financial year, 4 additional ambulances have been procured, and my ministry will procure some additional ambulances during the next financial year. A comprehensive set of measures is also being implemented to strengthen sexual and reproductive health services across the continuum of care. These include strengthening maternal and newborn care, expanding family planning and fertility services, improving adolescent and youth-friendly health services, reinforcing sexually transmitted infections and HIV prevention, and enhancing women's cancer screening services. In addition, the services of a fertility expert from India have been enlisted and will be provided at the SSR and hospital. My ministry is also reinforcing a comprehensive harm reduction strategy as part of its public health response. In parallel, needle and syringe programs, addiction treatment services, and residential rehabilitation facilities are being strengthened through the Drug Users and Administrative Panel to support rehabilitation and integration. My ministry is further strengthening the human resource capacity in the health sector. Some 138 trainee nurses will join the nursing cadre in June 2026 upon completion of their training. The scheme of service has been amended to allow direct recruitment of qualified nursing officers, and 1,000 additional nurses are being trained over the next 3 years. Since September 2025, 139 medical and health officers have been recruited, including 106 through the Public Service Commission and 33 on contractual basis. In addition, 14 specialists and senior specialists have been recruited since July 2025 in the fields such as orthopedic, urology, obstetrics and gynecology, and pediatrics. These specialists will also include emergency physicians who will service the trauma and emergency unit in each of the 5 regional hospitals. Through continuous investment across infrastructure, services, and human resources, and through a balanced approach encompassing prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation and specialized care, government is progressively strengthening the capacity of our public health system to meet the evolving needs of the population. This strategy is ultimately aimed at ensuring equitable access to quality health care locally, improving health outcomes for all citizens, and reducing dependence on overseas medical treatment in a structured and sustainable manner.
Yes, Honourable.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. As rightly pointed out by Honourable Minister, that diagnostic is very important. Is he aware that the MRI CT scan at National Cancer Center and Candos Hospital are not working properly, and this is causing serious issues to the patients an appointment are being given in December 2026.
Well, I'm made aware that at the cancer hospital there have been a slight problem, but that has already been looked into. But I would like to add up that the last 10 years, much investment was not made in those equipments, and that is the reason why the cancer, for example, in Victoria, it must be above 10 years old, and repeated breakdowns do occur. But we have taken the decision, probably in the forthcoming budget, we have to change. We are going to have one additional MRI, a new MRI, to be set up in Victoria Hospital.
Honourable Third Member for Port-Louis North and Montalon.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. B538, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur le Vice-président, la CWR m'informe que la région de Bois-Pignolet, située dans la circonscription numéro 4 Port-Louis-Nord-Montagne-Longue, compte un total de 836 abonnés. La conduite de distribution principale le long de la route principale de Bois-Pignolet est constituée d'un vieux tuyau en amiante ciment de 100 mm, sujet à des ruptures fréquentes en raison de son âge, de son état, provoquant ainsi des fuites. Suite à plusieurs plaintes, la Central Water Authority a récemment traité 3 fuites importantes détectées sur la conduite de distribution principale. 2 autres fuites mineures ont également été détectées et seront réparées d'ici fin avril. Donc, si c'est réparé ou sera réparé dans les jours à venir, 2026. Monsieur le Vice-président, j'ai également été informé par la CWA que dans le but d'améliorer la fiabilité de l'approvisionnement en eau de la région à long terme, environ 1,2 km de tuyaux de long de la route principale de Bois-Pignolet seront remplacés dans le cadre du phase 2 du programme de remplacement de tuyaux financé par la ligne de crédit indienne, les 1,2 milliard de roupies que nous avons reçus de l'État indien. Donc l'attribution du contrat pour les travaux de remplacement des tuyaux est prévue pour septembre de cette année-ci.
Yes.
Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Juste pour lui dire que la situation cause pas mal d'inconvénients à tous ces abonnés, ces habitants de Bois-Pignolet. Ma question, c'est est-ce qu'il peut transmettre un message au niveau de la CWA pour que ces fuites, où il y a pas mal de perditions actuellement, puissent être réparées dans un délai assez rapidement pour suivre la situation actuelle au niveau de Bois-Pignolet. Merci.
Ouais, Monsieur le Président, je note et je transmettrai, mais je dois dire aussi que ces tuyaux en amiante ciment, des tuyaux datant plus de 60 ans, bon, c'est difficile parce que si nous mettons, je l'ai dit l'autre jour, si nous mettons trop de pression dans les lignes, les tuyaux s'effritent, se cassent. Si nous mettons pas suffisamment de pression dans les tuyaux, certaines personnes en hauteur n'arrivent pas à voir l'eau. Donc c'est pour cette raison que nous sommes obligés d'envoyer des camions citernes. Donc je vais transmettre, mais j'ai posé la question moi aussi pour demander pourquoi est-ce qu'on ne répare pas. Nous préférons réparer les grosses fuites et laisser pour un petit peu plus tard les petites fuites. Donc nous sommes un peu divisés en ce qui concerne la réparation, quand il y a pas mal de fuites dans cette région. Donc, nous espérons très vite remplacer ces tuyaux avec l'aide indienne et je suis sûr que la situation va s'améliorer.
Honourable Second Member for Granby-Poudre.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sir, B539.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I'm informed that Mauritius Telecom has introduced e-billing as part of its green initiatives. This implies that customers can receive their bill in electronic forms instead of paper or by email or SMS. Enabling e-billing for mobile, prepaid, postpaid services and fixed telephony were implemented in 2021 and 2022. And I'm further informed that e-billing is being implemented across fixed and mobile services. Customers who do not have access to emails may actually opt for SMS e-bill, while paper bills remain available on request and can be collected free of charge at the outlets. Assistance is also being given to customers through hotline over and above the outlets, offering options such as SMS notifications, as we just mentioned, especially for elderly and vulnerable, because we know they are constrained. Today, 82% of customers receive their bills electronically. The remaining customers, including businesses and certain government services, they still receive their paper bills. In fact, since 2022, there have been 3,540 complaints with regards to bills around fixed line services. However, these customers, they prefer paper bills, and those requests have been addressed. I'm also informed that there are no recorded cases where customers were penalized. And this is a substantive part of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, because there's a question around whether they have been penalized. So they have not been penalized. In fact, customers are given 30 days to pay their bills, and a penalty of 10% can be applied. However, for requests for waiving, Mauritius Telecom is giving due consideration to requests in cases which are genuine. The requests are being acceded to. And further information, I'm sure, will provide suggestions to Mauritius Telecom, because they have an independent board, for them to make information available with regards to the vulnerable and the old people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Will the Honourable Minister propose a procedure to apply for a waiver on a retroactive basis, especially for the senior citizen and vulnerable person?
Thank you for this supplementary question, Honourable Member. We will certainly convey this message to the board of Mauritius Telecom for them to give effect to the request. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Flag Bulakai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B540.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in regard to the proposed setting up of a cultural desk that will act as a one-stop shop for concert organizers and artists, I wish to inform the House that this project is a key measure set out in the Government Programme 2025-2029 and a priority for government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, since taking office, I have ensured that substantial progress has been made towards the implementation of this project. The cultural desk is being developed by my ministry with the technical support of the Economic Development Board, using the National Electronic Licensing System as its digital backbone. I am pleased to inform the House that a mock-up of the online platform has already been developed and will finalize after addressing some challenges identified during this exercise. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is important to underline that this project is a complex and multi-layered exercise. It requires the integration and collaboration of a wide range of stakeholders across several ministries, departments, and institutions, including the Police Department, local authorities, the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Tourism Authority, the Beach Authority, the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations, the Mauritius Sport Council, the Mauritius Society of Authors, and Mauritius Multi-Sports Infrastructure Limited. At present, the system governing the organization of concert is highly fragmented. Event organizers are required to obtain up to 15 clearances from multiple institutions through manual processes and physical submissions. In case of incomplete applications, organizers are required to restart the process, thereby creating delays and placing an additional burden on artists. This has, over time, discouraged many operators in the sector and constrained the organization of cultural events. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in order to ensure that the cultural desk effectively addresses these shortcomings, extensive consultations had to be carried out with all stakeholders concerned. I am informed that around 12 meetings have been held both at the level of my ministry and by the Economic Development Board, in addition to several one-to-one technical sessions with individual stakeholders to map out their respective procedures, requirements, and constraints. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir,
These consultations have brought to light a number of systemic issues which have to be resolved prior to finalization of the system. These include significant divergence in processing timeline across institutions, with some clearances being issued within a few days, while others may take up to 30 days. In addition, there are inconsistencies in payment procedures, with certain institutions requiring payment prior to the issuance of clearances, while others process payments afterwards. Such disparities, if not addressed, would undermine the objective of creating a streamlined and user-friendly one-stop shop. Another constraint relates to the adoption of one-line payment system. While some government institutions are already integrated with the e-payment gateway, others continue to rely on manual payment processes. In this regard, my ministry has scheduled a meeting with the Accountant General Department and the Ministry of Finance tomorrow with a view to harmonizing and standardizing online payment mechanisms across all relevant institutions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in parallel, procedures will be harmonized, timelines standardized, and operational requirements aligned across institutions. The objectives is to ensure that the cultural desk does not merely replicate existing bottlenecks in digital form, but instead delivers a genuinely simplified and efficient process for users. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also wish to highlight that certain delays encountered in the implementation of this project were attributable to bottlenecks at the level of the local authorities, where procedures differ from one authority to another, and where inputs were not always provided within the expected time frame. Upon being apprised of this situation, I convened a meeting with my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Local Government, together with chairpersons and chief executives of the local authorities to address all these issues. Following this intervention, progress has improved significantly, with inputs being consolidated and integrated into the system designed in collaboration with the Economic Development Board. Mr. Speaker, once finalized, the system will be presented to the artist community for their validation as soon as possible. Thereafter, the Economic Development Board will conduct training sessions for artists and event organizers to ensure that they are fully equipped to use the platform effectively. At the level of my ministry, officers will be specifically assigned to the culture desk.
Minister, do you have long to go? Because time is nearly over.
Nearly 50 seconds.
50 seconds.
At the level of my ministry, officers will be specifically assigned to the culture desk to ensure that the system remains fully functional and operational, and to provide direct assistance to artists in case of any problems for the electronic filing of application on the platform. Let me be very clear, this reform is long overdue. For years, artists and event organizers have been calling for a one-stop shop to facilitate the organization of cultural events. Their appeals were not adequately addressed by the previous government. On the contrary, the process became increasingly restrictive, with authorizations for public concert often difficult to obtain, thereby adversely affecting livelihoods across the creative sector. This government has taken a deliberate and firm decision to change that. We are putting in place a modern, transparent, and efficient system that will remove unnecessary barriers, restore confidence, and enable our artists and cultural entrepreneurs to fully express their talent and contribute to the growth of our creative economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry remains fully committed to ensuring that the cultural desk becomes a truly facilitative, user-friendly, and transformative tool for the cultural sector.
The time is over. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B556, B559, B550, B554, B560, B544, B545, B562, B547, B553, B557, B542, and B561.
Motion.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Seconded. Seconded. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of his Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I would like to make a statement on the Chagos Archipelago. In my reply to the private notice question of last Tuesday, the 21st of April 2026, I referred to the decision of the UK government not to proceed in the House of Lords with a bill titled Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill, which it had introduced with a view to ratifying the agreement between Mauritius and the United Kingdom concerning the Chagos Archipelago, including Diego Garcia. I wish to keep the House informed of further developments. On the 22nd of April 2026, I received a phone call from Mr. Jonathan Powell, the UK Prime Minister's National Security Advisor, who reiterated the commitment of the United Kingdom to the agreement on the Chagos Archipelago despite this decision of the UK government. I explained to Mr. Powell that my government would in due course review the situation and take a decision on the way forward accordingly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said in my reply to the PNQ on the 21st of April 2026, officials from the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office were coming to visit Mauritius that very week. Mr. Robbie Bullock, Director of Overseas Territories and Polar Directorate at the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, together with the lead negotiator, Mr. Peter Candler, Mr. Paul McNell, the legal director of that department, came to Mauritius last week at the request of the UK government. They held talks on the 22nd of April 2026 with the Attorney-General and the officers of his office and my office. They also called upon me on the 22nd of April 2026. During the talks, the United Kingdom highlighted that the signature of an updated UK-US exchange of notes in respect of the military base in Diego Garcia is a prerequisite for the Diego Garcia military base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill to be taken forward in the UK Parliament. The United Kingdom indicated that while an updated exchange of notes had been agreed by the US agencies, it had not yet obtained the approval of the US President and could not therefore be signed. The United Kingdom assured Mauritius that it remains committed to the agreement which it had signed with Mauritius on the Chagos Archipelago. The United Kingdom informed Mauritius that once the updated exchange of notes would be signed by the United Kingdom and the United States, the Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill would again be introduced in the UK Parliament. Mauritius underscored that it would not be able to wait for too long for the ratification of the agreement on the Chagos Archipelago by the United Kingdom. We indicated that we would have in due course to review the situation and decide on the way forward. It was agreed that Mauritius and the United Kingdom would hold a virtual meeting in 1 month's time, that is towards the end of May of this year, in order to take stock of developments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the United Kingdom has agreed that pending the ratification of the agreement on the Chagos Archipelago the following actions could be taken. A. Organization of a heritage visit for the Chagossians to the Chagos archipelago in line with the request made by Mr. Olivier Bankou and other Chagossians for a visit in a letter they had addressed to me earlier. B. A formal delegation of the Chagossian community would be allowed to visit the UK and to engage with MPs and other organizations as well as the UK press to put forward the views of the original native Chagossians to correct the deliberate misinformation being propagated by some Chagossians living in the UK. C. Participation of Mauritian scientists in the annual expedition of the UK's chief scientific advisor to the Chagos archipelago and the rat eradication expedition to Peros-Banos. D. Visit of a UK delegation to Mauritius to undertake a maritime security capability needs assessment. E. Follow-up to the workshop on the Chagos Archipelago Marine Protected Area, organized by the Department for Continental Shelf, Maritime Zones Administration, and the Exploration of my office from the 30th of March to the 1st of April 2026, in collaboration with the Zoological Society of London and with the support of the British High Commission. F. Completion of work on outstanding issues relating to the implementation of the agreement between Mauritius and the United Kingdom on the Chagos archipelago. And G. Implementation of further actions under the Strategic Partnership Framework, which Mauritius and the United Kingdom signed on the 22nd of May 2026. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Big Bill, second reading.
The Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Pont and Roseville.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Monsieur le Vice-président, d'abord, permettez-moi de commencer par féliciter l'Honorable Attorney-General pour avoir présenté devant cette auguste Assemblée ce projet de loi, le Certificate of Character Bill numéro 2 de 2026. Un projet de loi, Monsieur le Vice-président, qui à première vue peut paraître tout simple et sans histoire, mais un projet de loi qui en réalité poursuit un objectif fondamental. Un objectif fondamental car il s'agit d'abord de réduire les obstacles à l'emploi que font face et les citoyens ayant déjà été condamnés par une cour de justice, mais aussi celui de promouvoir, mais non seulement de promouvoir la réintégration, mais non seulement la réintégration, mais aussi la réinsertion des citoyens qui ont été condamnés par une cour de justice. Monsieur le Vice-président, en parcourant ce projet de loi, en fait, je ne peux m'empêcher de constater, je me réjouis même en fait de constater que ce projet de loi s'inscrit pleinement dans la philosophie de ce gouvernement. Ce projet de loi, en fait, Monsieur le Vice-président, s'inscrit pleinement dans la mission même de ce gouvernement. Et en préparant mon discours pour aujourd'hui, je n'ai pas pu, en fait, j'ai pris le soin de parcourir un petit peu le Government Programme, le document qui a été lu par Son Excellence le Président de la République en janvier de l'année dernière, et je vais me permettre, allow me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to quote a very short extract of this document, which is at page 21, paragraph 44 of the Government Programme 2025-2029. I quote, "It is the conviction of government that our country needs a social pact to reimagine our future together as one people, as one nation. Government aims at a qualitative leap towards a more inclusive society where the needs, rights, dignity, and a sense of humanism of our people shape the social system of the Republic." And the last bit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the most important one, fundamental reforms will be brought to the outdated social security and social integration operational system of the country. Monsieur le Vice-président, this bill, in fact, ce projet de loi, the Certificate of Character Bill, in my very humble view, is in fact a concrete step precisely in this direction, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. En réalité, Monsieur le Vice-président, ce projet de loi vise à renforcer des provisions déjà existantes, des provisions qui existent déjà dans nos lois, notamment le Equal Opportunities Act. Effectivement, j'ai eu l'occasion de parcourir un petit peu le Equal Opportunities Act et on peut voir sous la définition, sous la section 3, the definition section, that the term criminal record already exists within the definition of status in section 3 of the Equal Opportunities Act. And this piece of legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Equal Opportunities Act 2008, already prohibits discrimination by employers, especially where the offence is not relevant to the nature of the job which is being contemplated by a prospective employer or by an existing employee. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said, in fact, under the Equal Opportunities Act, there may already be existing laws. And in fact, it's precisely to be found under Section 10 and 11 of the Equal Opportunities Act. But that being said, whilst there may be already laws existing under the Equal Opportunities Act, as I said, Sections 10 and 11, on ne peut que constater, Monsieur le Vice-Président, that the reality on the ground tells us a completely different story. And in fact, as a practicing barrister, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have seen a growing trend for employers to systematically ask for potential employees to provide them with a character certificate in this recruitment process. And in fact, we have seen very recently there has been a massive recruitment process in the LGSC, and we all know that all these candidates for the post of scavengers have been requested to provide character certificates. Et comme moi, je suis sûr que beaucoup de mes collègues ont été approchés par ceux qui ont été recrutés, par certains bien sûr qui ont été choisis, pour nous dire que malheureusement, ils ont un antécédent. And regrettably, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they will be excluded. So, while, as I said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, whilst this practice of asking for character certificates, in fact, I'm not too sure myself if it fully complies with the data minimization principle under the Data Protection Act. That is itself debatable, but one thing is sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let us be frank and concede. No employee, no applicant for a job can possibly envisage the possibility of challenging this request by a prospective employer to provide a character certificate. We know how cumbersome this can be in terms of the procedure to file a case before a court of law, etc., etc. So they simply comply, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They simply comply, they submit, and too often they are excluded. Donc, Monsieur le Vice-Président, sous l'actuel système, sous l'actuelle loi, le Equal Opportunities Act, la section 10 et la section 11, nous faisons face ici à une contradiction fondamentale. D'une part, nous avons d'un côté l'employeur qui peut demander aux employés potentiels de fournir un certificat de moralité, et d'autre part, la loi nous dit que, la loi telle qu'elle existe, la loi nous dit que ce potentiel employeur ne peut pas discriminer sur cette base. But then again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how does the applicant go about proving discrimination? How does he show that the decision of the employer to reject his application was due to his criminal record when he has no visibility whatsoever on the recruitment process? In fact, in reality, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the existing provisions under Section 10 and Section 11 of the Equal Opportunities Act, in fact, becomes more theoretical than practical. Et c'est précisément là, Monsieur le Vice-Président, c'est précisément là que ce projet de loi intervient. Et quand nous parcourons ce projet de loi, justement la clause 4 du projet de loi, Monsieur le Vice-Président, clause 4 of the bill goes further. In fact, clause 4 of the bill makes it now clear that an employer shall not act on criminal record and shall not discriminate an employee or a prospective employee, as the case may be, where the criminal record is not related to the employment. Now, one may argue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this is just a repetition of the existing laws. I'm afraid no, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is not just a restatement of the law. It's just not a restatement of Sections 10 and 11 of the Equal Opportunities Act. Instead, it constitutes the introduction of an enforceable protection in our laws, which may now be invoked by employees and potential employees, ceux qui se sentent lésés, Monsieur le Vice-président. Et en fait, quand nous regardons encore une fois ce projet de loi, clause 12 vient justement apporter un consequential amendment. If we look at clause 12, it brings the consequential amendment à la section 10, justement, du Equal Opportunities Act, dans le but précisément d'aligner le cadre légal afin de garantir à la fois une cohérence, mais aussi, Monsieur le Vice-président, une efficacité plus accrue. Donc, Monsieur le Vice-président, on peut dire que ce projet de loi, le Certificate of Character Bill, va encore plus loin. Il réaffirme une vision essentielle de notre système de justice pénale, à la fois un système de justice pénale rétributif, parce qu'il est impératif, bien évidemment, que tout système pénal soit rétributif, mais plus important que tout, faudrait-il encore que ce système soit un système qui préconise une justice restauratrice. And this is precisely the purpose of this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A system that does not only punish, but a system that also rehabilitates. A system that also reintegrates, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I once read that the greatest glory of man is not in his never falling, but in rising every time he falls. And when we look at the content of this bill, the Certificate of Character Bill, it is precisely what this bill brings about. It gives a real meaning to these words, that the greatest glory of man is not in his never falling, but in rising every time he falls. Precisely the purpose of this bill, a second chance, to provide a conducive environment for those who have failed, not to fail again, but to be provided with a second chance, to succeed. And an opportunity, in fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to rise and to rise again. Because after all, what is the purpose, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of a criminal justice system if it is not to allow a person, after accountability, of course, if it is not to allow a person to stand up again, to work, to contribute to society, as we would say, d'apporter d'emmener sa pierre à l'édifice, Monsieur le Vice-président. Et dans la même foulée, Monsieur le Vice-président, ce projet de loi, la clause 5 plus particulièrement, nous apporte des réponses concrètes, des paramètres tangibles, notamment, comme je dis, sous la clause 5, qui préconise une augmentation du seuil des amendes qui passe maintenant de 5 000 roupies à 50 000 roupies, et une réduction du délai qui passe maintenant de 5 ans à 2 ans. Un chiffre beaucoup plus juste, Monsieur le Vice-président. Un chiffre beaucoup plus juste et qui reflète la réalité, the exigencies of the Mauritian society. So under this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in fact, the combined effect of what is sought to be attained under this bill is abundantly clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Under this bill, a minor offence cannot, should not, and will not follow a person for life. In fact, after a reasonable period of time, the person ought to be able to move forward without being permanently defined by his past. Monsieur le Vice-président, nous ne pouvons maintenir un système où un citoyen de ce pays est victime de son passé. Comme dit le français, Monsieur le Vice-président, le passé est un cadavre qu'il faut enterrer, mais il peut néanmoins nous servir d'exemple afin de mieux bâtir l'avenir. Et c'est justement ce que préconise ce projet de loi, Monsieur le Vice-président. Il est essentiel, ici, de souligner que ce seuil s'applique non seulement à l'amende qui est imposée, puisque l'article en question, la clause en question, prévoit une amende à la hauteur de 50 000 roupies. Et il est important ici de préciser que ce seuil s'applique à l'amende qui est réellement infligée, c'est-à-dire bien qu'une offense peut prévoir une peine maximale de 500 000 roupies, ce qui sera pris en considération, c'est l'amende qui sera imposée par une cour de justice. Et cela garantissant, Monsieur le Vice-président, non seulement une appréciation plus juste, mais aussi plus individualisée par la Cour. Monsieur le Vice-président, je tiens aussi à saluer une disposition particulièrement importante, mais aussi particulièrement avant-gardiste de ce projet de loi, la clause 5G, celle qui prévoit, Monsieur le Vice-président, qu'aucune condamnation ne figurera sur un certificat de moralité lorsque l'infraction a été commise avant l'âge de 18 ans. Bien sûr, sauf pour les infractions plus graves qui sont prévues sous le first schedule. Et là, je me réjouis de l'annonce qui a été faite par l'honorable Attorney-General la semaine dernière, qui avait revu justement à la baisse la liste d'offenses figurant sur le first schedule que nous accueillons justement. Donc cette provision, Monsieur le Vice-président, sous la clause 5G, qu'aucune condamnation, comme je dis, ne figurera sur un certificat de moralité lorsque l'effraction a été commise avant l'âge de 18 ans, this in itself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, comprises a very powerful and necessary safeguard. Parce que nous reconnaissons, et nous devons justement reconnaître une réalité très simple, Monsieur le Vice-président. Nous faisons tous des erreurs, surtout les jeunes en particulier. Les jeunes font tous des erreurs. Qui peut prétendre ici n'avoir jamais commis d'erreurs de jeunesse? Nous faisons tous des erreurs, Monsieur le Vice-président. Mais ce qui est très important, c'est que le plus important, l'essentiel en fait, c'est que ces erreurs ne doivent en aucun cas devenir une condamnation à vie. Je vois le regard amusant et amusé de l'honorable, mon camarade, mon collègue, l'honorable Bichouk, qui en dit long, Monsieur le Vice-président. Et a mistake in youth, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a mistake in youth should not close the door to a future in adulthood. Et c'est précisément ce que préconise cette section, cette clause, la clause 5G, que j'accueille favorablement, Monsieur le Vice-président. Monsieur le Vice-président, avant de terminer, sur une autre note, j'aimerais bien faire état d'une situation. Pas plus tard que la semaine dernière, j'avais adressé une question à l'honorable docteur Arvin Boulel par rapport à la situation des pêcheurs de ma circonscription, a question which unfortunately could not be reached due to time constraint. Et pas plus tard que la semaine dernière, j'avais adressé cette question justement par rapport à la situation des pêcheurs de ma circonscription et à travers l'île, des pêcheurs qui sont contraints de produire un certificat de moralité afin de se procurer d'une carte, a fisherman card, qui est émise par le ministère. Donc ces pêcheurs, Monsieur le Vice-président, sont des gens simples, des gens honnêtes, des gens qui travaillent, qui ont les mêmes aspirations que nous tous, de gagner leur vie et de subvenir aux besoins de leur famille. Et ces pêcheurs, Monsieur le Vice-président, il n'est pas rare, il n'est pas inhabituel qu'ils aient à un moment ou un autre de leur vie et qu'ils aient eu une condamnation pour une infraction simple. Monsieur le Vice-président, ne serait-il pas absurde, ne serait-il pas injuste qu'un pêcheur condamné pour un simple cas de larcin, un simple cas de simple larceny, de simple assault, qu'il soit lésé, qu'il soit privé de sa carte de pêcheur uniquement pour cette raison. Évidemment, sa carte de pêcheur et tous les bénéfices, tous les avantages qui y sont liés. Donc, monsieur le Vice-président, vous conviendrez certainement qu'une personne comme lui, qui essaye de gagner sa vie, ne représente absolument aucun danger pour la sécurité maritime, aucun danger pour la sécurité de ce pays, et pour la sécurité des citoyens de ce pays, pardon. Donc avons-nous, Monsieur le Vice-président, le droit moral de réellement priver un homme ou une femme dans cette situation de son gagne-pain pour cette raison? Non. La réponse est non, Monsieur le Vice-président. That would be most unfair, not only most unfair, but also most unreasonable. Et c'est précisément ce type d'injustice que ce projet de loi, je l'espère, Monsieur le Vice-président, nous permettra de corriger. Monsieur le Vice-président, pour conclure, for too long, our system has not only punished wrongdoings, but it has prolonged that punishment way beyond what justice requires. It has followed people into job interviews, into opportunities, into application for fisherman's card, into application for PSV license, into applications even for registration of an ONG. Bref, into one's desperate and legitimate attempts to rebuild his life after a failure. Monsieur le Vice-président, en guise de conclusion, je dirais ceci. Ce projet de loi n'est pas simplement une réforme technique. It's a statement of principle, a reflection of the philosophy of this government, a reflection of the social policy of this government, that justice must be fair, that punishment must be proportionate, and that every citizen of this country deserves a second chance. And it is precisely, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I support this bill. Thank you very much.
I suspend the sitting for half an hour.
Please be seated. Yes, Honourable Prayak, I think it's your turn. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to intervene on this Certificate of Character Bill. I would like to start by commending the Honourable Attorney-General for bringing forward this piece of legislation, the Certificate of Character Bill number 2 of 2026, which proposes to repeal the 2012 Act and introduce an improved framework more than a decade later. I'm not suggesting that the Certificate of Character Act 2012 was not in itself a significant improvement. What I'm saying is that this new legislation comes at the right moment in our history and is well positioned to address the realities of a new era. By this new era, I refer to, firstly, the post-COVID period, where some of our citizens have been convicted for offences such as failing to comply with curfew orders under the Public Health Act, which in some cases simply meant not wearing a face mask during curfew. Secondly, a labour market increasingly characterized by competition, including from expatriates, sometimes to the detriment of our fellow citizens who may be denied employment opportunities due to minor offences reflected on their certificates of character. And thirdly, a context in which fines and penalties have significantly increased in recent years, resulting in a greater number of convictions being recorded and subsequently appearing on certificates of character. Madam Speaker, the Certificate of Character remains in certain sectors an important administrative and regulatory instrument. It is used to assess suitability for employment, licensing, and other positions of trust. I fully recognize that in such contexts, background verification serves a legitimate purpose in safeguarding public interest. However, the issue before us is not its existence, but rather the manner in which the system operates. As a medical practitioner, my intervention on this bill focuses primarily on its social, rehabilitative, and psychological dimensions. This legislation will bring many positive changes. It reflects the same philosophy that guided the Legal Aid and Legal Assistance Act of 2025, that is, facilitating access to justice. This new Certificate of Character Bill will reduce barriers to employment and promote the social reintegration of persons who have been convicted of offences. It reflects the maturity of our country, and I believe that bringing forward such legislation was long overdue. Madam Speaker, in jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, mechanisms exist whereby after a defined period, often around 5 years, depending on the nature of the offence, certain convictions are no longer disclosed. This allows individuals, particularly those involved in minor offences, to reintegrate into society without being permanently penalized. The introduction of this bill demonstrates our willingness to align with such progressive approaches. In the past, many individuals felt compelled to plead guilty to offences, often due to financial constraints or simply to bring matters to an end. However, it is important to note that this legislation complements the Legal Aid and Legal Assistance Act 2025. With improved access to legal representations, individuals are now better equipped to contest charges rather than opting for expedient guilty pleas without fully understanding the implications. This bill introduces, for the first time, a structured approach to recognizing rehabilitation. The knowledge that after a certain period, one may obtain a certificate of character free from past convictions can act as an incentive for behavioral reform. Conversely, a system that imposes a lifelong stigma may discourage individuals from attempting to improve their circumstances, thereby undermining the very objective of rehabilitation. In its previous form, the system was rigid. It did not adequately take into account the age at which the offense was committed, the time elapsed since the conviction, or the subsequent conduct of the individual. The lack of differentiation led, in certain cases, to disproportionate outcomes. We have seen situations where individuals at teenage or pre-university age entered guilty pleas, often without the benefit of proper legal advice and without a full understanding of its long-term implications. These entries remained on record and were reflected in certificates of character, thereby creating barriers of employment, education, and social reintegration. Clause number 5G of this bill is therefore a very important provision, as it offers a second chance to many individuals who committed offences under the age of 18. Madam Speaker, we must agree that this bill raises a fundamental issue of proportionality and rehabilitation within our system. It is therefore my considered view that the framework could be further strengthened through the introduction of a structured review mechanism. I propose the setting up of a dedicated committee or even consideration of the Commission for the Prerogative of Mercy to be empowered with clearly defined statutory authority to review rehabilitation processes and examine specific cases upon application, particularly in relation to certain offences under Schedule 1. Such a body could be mandated to assess the age of the individual at the time of the offence, the nature of the seriousness of the offence, the time elapsed since the conviction or the entry, the existence of any subsequent offences, and lastly, evidence of rehabilitation, including employment, education, or community engagement. Based on these criteria, the body should be empowered to determine whether certain entries may be expunged, filtered, or withheld from disclosure in defined circumstances. Madam Speaker, I may be considered bold in stating that Section 10F of the existing Equal Opportunities Act appears less permissive than the proposed Clause 12. The consequential amendment under this bill, inasmuch as the new formulation may confer broader discretion upon employers. The shift in wording from irrelevant to the nature of employment to related to his employment may in practice widen the scope for subjective interpretation. I would therefore propose that the word directly be inserted before related so that the provision reads directly related to his employment, thereby limiting the risk of misuse by employers acting in bad faith. We must ensure that individuals are not unfairly discriminated against on the basis of past convictions. Madam Speaker, I also wish to address Clause 9 relating to offences and proceedings, which provides that any person who tampers with, forges, or fraudulently alters a certificate of character shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 50,000 rupees or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years. In my view, this penalty may not be sufficiently dissuasive, particularly when considered against the backdrop of increased threshold in other offences where fines have been raised to 50,000 rupees from 5,000 and imprisonment terms extended up to 5 years. This is an aspect that may warrant reconsideration. The introduction of a review mechanism as proposed would not weaken the system. On the contrary, it would enhance its credibility by ensuring that outcomes are proportionate, evidence-based, and aligned with modern practices of justice. We must ensure that our legislative framework evolves in a manner that safeguards society, while also recognizing that individuals who have genuinely reformed should not be subjected to indefinite consequences. It is in that spirit that I support this bill, and with these words, Madam the Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Ramkalawan.
Madam Speaker, fellow members of this House, and the citizens we serve, I would like to start with a quote. True morality is not found in the absence of a mark on a paper, but in the presence of the will to improve. A certificate may document the past, but it cannot measure the potential of the human spirit. I stand before you today in this chamber of justice to advocate for a fundamental shift in how we perceive potential, opportunity, and the inherent dignity of every human being. I rise in full support of the Character Certificate Bill, a forward-thinking reform that seeks to repeal the existing Certificate of Character Act 2012. I would like to take a sociological point of view rather than legal. Most of my friends have too. Madam Speaker, for too long, we have allowed a system of barriers to dictate who is worthy into inverted commas, of participating in our economy and our society. We have used the lack of a morality certificate, a document often rooted in historical bias or past mistakes, as a permanent gatekeeper. By doing so, we have inadvertently created a cycle of exclusion that traps individuals who are trying to turn their lives around. This bill is not about ignoring accountability. It is about recognizing the capacity for change. When individuals offend, it is frequently within the context of limited opportunities and social disadvantage. However, after serving the sentence, it is both just and rational that they be given an opportunity to rebuild their lives. This legislation is vital, for it restores dignity through work where employment is more than just a paycheck. It is the bedrock of self-worth and social integration. By removing the mandatory requirement of a morality certificate for employment, we open doors for thousands of our fellow citizens to contribute their skills, pay taxes, and support their families. I will further add that supporting the bill helps break the cycle of recidivism, that is, denying employment to those who have stumbled in the past, is a guaranteed path to further hardship. If we want a safer and more stable society, we must provide the pathways to honest work. A person who can earn a living is a person who can build a future. When we use a document to define a person's worth, we cease to judge them as an individual and begin to judge them as a statistic. Justice demands that we look at the person standing before us today, not as a ghost who they were yesterday. Speaking about economic empowerment, our economy relies on the full participation of its people. By widening the labor pool and allowing employers to judge candidates based on the present capability and character, rather than a static document, we foster a more dynamic and inclusive marketplace. Madam Speaker, this bill is about correcting an injustice done in the past. Under the previous law, a fine exceeding a mere 5,000 rupee could follow an individual for up to 5 years. Let us be honest, 5,000 rupee in today's economy is no longer a meaningful indicator of serious wrongdoing. This government has had the clarity and the courage to act. By raising the threshold to 50,000 and reducing the period to 2 years, we are saying loud and clear, minor offenses should not define major portions of a person's life. That is fairness, that is proportionality, that is modern governance. Madam Speaker, from a sociological standpoint, This bill strikes at the heart of what we call structural exclusion. When individuals are denied employment because of unrelated past offenses, we are not protecting society, but instead we are destabilizing it. We are pushing people to the margins. We are closing doors instead of opening pathways. And let me say this categorically, as mentioned earlier, unemployment fuels vulnerability, vulnerability fuels recidivism, and recidivism undermines national security. This bill breaks that cycle by expressly prohibiting discrimination where the offense is not related to the employment. This government is making a powerful statement. A person's past shall not outweigh his potential. A society that believes in reintegration demonstrates a commitment to inclusivity and shared progress. And this is one of the visions of this government. And I quote from the speech of the President of the Republic of our country: fundamental reforms will be brought to the outdated social security and social integration operational system of the country. Madam Speaker, by reducing barriers to employment, the bill helps to create a more equitable society in which individuals are judged not solely by the past, but by the willingness to contribute positively in the present. I agree that while it feels unfair to the applicant, employers often act out of a sense of risk management while hiring people as if an employee who, with a record, commits a crime at work, the company could be responsible for negligent hiring or for roles involving data, money, or vulnerable people. A clean certificate is often seen as a baseline for trust. In some sectors, like banking, security, and healthcare, law forbids hiring anyone with specific types of record. However, in many countries, including recent reforms in places like Mauritius, Canada, and the UK, laws are changing to prevent blanket rejections. Under spent convictions laws, minor offences are often removed from a certificate of character after a certain period, for example, 5 to 10 years of good behavior. The suffering caused by a certificate of character denial is a cycle of economic exclusion and permanent stigma. For the individual, it feels like they are being punished twice, once by the courts and indefinitely by the job market. Madam Speaker and dear colleagues, I would here like to take the example of Japan. Japan has a unique cultural and legal approach to background checks. There is no legal requirement for employers to conduct background checks. In fact, it is culturally discouraged for private employers to probe into a person's criminal past unless it is directly relevant to a specific licensed profession like law or medicine. The impact is huge, as a person with a past mistake can often re-enter the workforce without the paper trail of a certificate blocking the path. While the US is known for rigorous checks, many states like California, New Jersey, and Illinois have passed ban-the-box laws. Employers cannot ask about your criminal history on the initial job application. They can only run a background check after they have decided you are the best candidate and made a conditional offer. Here as well, the impact ensues. The person is judged on their skills first, preventing the suffering of immediate rejection before they can even interview. In some developing nations or countries with less centralized digital recording, certain regions like Southeast Asia or West Africa, the concept of a formal certificate of character for private employment simply doesn't exist as a standard practice. Recruitment is based heavily on personal references and vouching rather than a police database. In Spain, under the GDPR Article 10 and specific Spanish laws, criminal record data is considered highly sensitive. In Spain, most private employers are not allowed to ask for a criminal record certificate. My point here is to debate the fact that the character certificate in many countries are not just, rather people are given a second chances. Of course, it is important to acknowledge that this reform must be implemented with appropriate safeguards. The reference to certain criteria ensures that considerations of public safety and trust are not overlooked. There will always be a need to balance the rights of individuals with the protection of a broader community. However, these safeguards should be proportionate and should not undermine the central objective of the bill, that is, to facilitate genuine opportunities for rehabilitation and reintegration. It is also worth noting that international trends increasingly support such approaches. Many jurisdictions have recognized that overly punitive systems, particularly those that impose long-term collateral consequences, are counterproductive. By contrast, policies that promote reintegration have been shown to reduce reoffending rates and enhance social stability. In this context, the proposed bill places Mauritius on a progressive path, aligning it with global best practices in criminal justice and social policy. And this will enable the civil society to contribute in improving the law and order. In conclusion, the proposed Certificate of Character Bill represents a vital step towards a more just, inclusive, and forward-looking society. It acknowledges the realities of social life, the importance of second chances, and the transformative power of opportunity. By supporting this bill, we affirm our commitment to a system of justice that is not only firm, but also compassionate and pragmatic. I am delighted that most offences committed under the Quarantine Act 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic will no longer appear on certificates of character. I warmly congratulate the Honourable Attorney-General for this thoughtful and humane consideration. Who could forget the innocent Bangladeshi expatriate worker who, during the lockdown, was found roaming the streets and responded to police officers with his now famous chicken remark? And who does not recall a dada, a chacha, or a tonton who were booked under the Quarantine Act for selling a handful of vegetables? Tas en la vie, as we say. Once booked, these minor infractions were destined to remain on the certificate of character for life. Thanks to this bill, such individuals will now be freed from the burden of offences committed during that extraordinary COVID period. This measure restores dignity and fairness, ensuring that citizens are not permanently penalized for acts committed in times of unprecedented hardship. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for respecting the time. Yes, now we have Honourable Le Gobin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, le certificat de caractère est aujourd'hui plus important qu'un degré ou même un doctorat. Le Certificate of Character Bill numéro 2 en 2026 va venir corriger ce déséquilibre. Ce projet de loi va remplacer la loi actuelle par un cadre plus moderne et plus équilibré. Afin de réduire les obstacles à l'emploi et à la réinsertion sociale pour des personnes ayant été condamnées, tout en maintenant les garanties nécessaires pour les infractions les plus graves. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer mes sincères remerciements au Premier ministre, à l'Attorney-General ainsi qu'au gouvernement pour avoir porté ce projet de loi qui est très important. Je tiens également à saluer le fait que certaines préoccupations soulevées dans cette Assemblée ont été prises en considération. En effet, lors de mon intervention le 15 avril 2025, pendant le débat sur le National Drug Control Bill, j'avais attiré l'attention de cette Chambre sur la nécessité de repenser le système du certificat de moralité. J'avais alors proposé qu'après une période d'environ 10 ans, sans récidive, certains délits ne figurent plus sur le casier judiciaire d'une personne. Aujourd'hui, avec ce projet de loi, nous constatons que cette réflexion a été entendue. Et je remercie le gouvernement d'avoir pris en considération cette proposition dans le cadre de cette réforme. Avec votre permission, Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de citer une des chansons du grand chanteur Rasnati Baby qui vient de nous quitter. Même après son départ, ses paroles resteront toujours vivantes dans nos cœurs. La justice, droit égal pour tout. Avec un certificat de moralité, la justice n'est réservée qu'à ceux qui ont des contacts politiques. C'est uniquement eux qui méritent une deuxième chance. Comment pourrait-on oublier l'épisode du fils de l'ancien commissaire de police qui, avant même d'être jugé ou condamné, il avait obtenu la grâce présidentielle. Le DPP avait fait appel, mais le gouvernement d'alors avait muselé le DPP. Aujourd'hui, ici même, dans cette auguste assemblée, nous avons rendu le DPP sa lettre de noblesse et son indépendance. Au fait, faut-il être la famille d'un leader de l'opposition ou d'un Premier ministre qui a été, lui, condamné une première fois par la Cour pour corruption et qui a ensuite fait appel au Privy Council, alors que toi, petit malheureux qui n'a pas les moyens de faire appel au Privy Council, tu es condamné à vie. En plus, ce même accusé par le baron pour financement de trafic de drogue n'était même pas interrogé. Et si c'était un simple citoyen, Madame la Présidente, on sait tout, perquisition, planting et prison. C'est à ce même Premier ministre que le peuple a donné une deuxième chance. Pour qu'au final, une première chance, une deuxième chance, pour qu'au final, on s'est retrouvé en 2024 avec un pays saigné à blanc et à laisser à genoux. Et ce même Premier ministre qui est sorti du tombeau pour venir demander une troisième chance pour les prochaines élections. Les allégations sont valables, Madame. Est-ce que les allégations sont valables que pour les simples citoyens? Et il faut saluer l'inclusion des offenses relatives au financement du trafic des drogues dans la première cédule du bill, Madame. Ce sont toujours les petits poissons qui se font attraper dans les filets, pendant ce temps que les gros requins nagent en toute liberté et en toute impunité. Madame la Présidente, cependant, il est important de rappeler la réalité. Le problème du certificat de moralité ne concerne pas qu'uniquement le document lui-même. Il concerne surtout qu'est-ce qui va se passer après. Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, notre pays, le certificat de moralité est exigé pour des démarches administratives et professionnelles. Mais lorsqu'un certificat de moralité mentionne une condamnation, même ancienne, la porte se ferme souvent immédiatement. Aujourd'hui, si nous voulons vraiment combattre l'exclusion, nous devons aller au-delà du texte de loi. Il est important que la PSC et le LGSI donnent l'exemple en recrutant les ex-détenus qui répondent certainement aux critères nécessaires, Madame la Présidente. Nous devons changer les mentalités. Alors, cette personne doit pouvoir se relever. Parce qu'un certificat de moralité ne doit pas être une barrière à la réinsertion, ni une double peine imposée par la société. Madame la Présidente, une société forte n'est pas une société qui enferme les individus dès leurs erreurs passées. Une société forte et une société qui croit en l'avenir peut être différente du passé. Et aujourd'hui, avec ce projet de loi, nous faisons un pas important dans cette direction. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avançons bien là. Maintenant, l'honorable Narsingen.
Madame la présidente. Je vous remercie pour me donner la parole. Comme toujours, je prendrai cet après-midi une démarche beaucoup plus pédagogique et je donnerai un petit plan de cette petite intervention. D'abord, une petite introduction et j'essaierai de réfuter certains points du leader de l'opposition, malgré le fait qu'il n'est pas là. Et je parlerai aussi de la vision nationale et aussi inclusive de ce projet de loi, les fondements légaux, philosophiques dans ce projet de loi, l'impératif économique de ce projet de loi, la réforme de l'approche carcérale, comment notre prison doit devenir une école et aussi un centre de formation, et ensuite, si je l'étends, de best practices, le role model international. Et aussi parler comment élargir ce concept. Et on est en train d'élaborer une théorie, la théorie de la deuxième chance. So coming to some of the points raised by the leader of the opposition, I'm just going to summarize. He agreed with the theory we're trying to build, the theory of second chance, but then he mentioned at the same time, swimming in overt contradiction, saying that the law is being too lenient. At the same time, there are insufficient safeguards, and also that it may pose certain threats to employers. I'm really surprised. Madam Speaker, when we are passing a law, and here the team of the Attorney-General, not only the Attorney-General, obviously the Attorney-General and his team, we have to understand that when we are passing a law, we have to listen to all parties, we have to look at all the stakeholders, and it is an exercise of equilibrium. If we have read the great legal philosopher Roscoe Pound, you will understand what we mean by dual postulates and how to strike the right balance. So unfortunately, I think the leader of the opposition has been swimming in controversy. By contrast, I have to commend the position taken by Honourable Babula, who has joined the opposition, but he adopted, I would say, a very responsible approach. So, Madame la Présidente, pendant des décennies...
Il est présent.
Bien sûr, il faut le féliciter. Pendant des décennies, Madame la Présidente, notre système judiciaire s'est montré d'une efficacité redoutable pour punir, mais malheureusement d'une réticence regrettable à pardonner. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons l'occasion de corriger une faille systémique qui a condamné des milliers de nos concitoyens à une véritable mort civile. Un État où une erreur de jeunesse devient une barrière permanente à une vie digne et productive. Donc il est grand temps d'offrir une deuxième chance à celles et ceux qui ont fauté, certes, mais qui ont évolué, appris et méritent d'être réintégrés pleinement dans notre société. C'est une réforme, Madame la Présidente, une réforme porteuse de sens. Le Certificate of Character Bill n'est pas un simple ajustement procédural, comme certains ont voulu nous faire croire. C'est une déclaration forte de notre foi dans la capacité de l'être humain à changer, à se racheter et à reconstruire une vie. Avant 2006, Madame la Présidente, il y avait un vide juridique. En 2006, le Parti travailliste, avec ses alliés, évidemment, a introduit un premier cadre légal pour réglementer le certificat de moralité. Je dirais une avancée, certes, mais encore prudente, je dirais trop prudente. Cependant, en 2012, une nouvelle réforme est venue améliorer la situation des personnes condamnées pour des délits mineurs. Un progrès encore réel, mais à mon goût, encore insuffisant. Aujourd'hui, nous franchissons une étape décisive. C'est, si je puis dire ainsi, un véritable hat-trick. Je n'aime pas trop aller dans la politique partisane, mais je dois dire un hat-trick du Parti travailliste avec son leader, où à chaque fois, 3 fois, il a essayé d'apporter des réformes, évidemment avec ses alliés. Donc, qu'est-ce que nous constatons? Il y a une constance politique au service des plus vulnérables de notre société. Et évidemment, ce projet de loi, vous allez voir, Madame la Présidente, a une vision nationale et inclusive. Et il faut le dire sans détour, les délits mineurs touchent souvent les plus défavorisés, même s'il ne faut jamais tomber dans la généralisation. Les riches, comme vous savez, commettent plus ce qu'on appelle des crimes en col blanc. Et souvent, ils sont défendus par les ténors du barreau. Et, par exemple, voler une banque peut faire condamner une personne à 2-3 mois de prison. Mais par contre, ceux qui ont volé 7 à 8 millions de roupies, ou plus 80 millions de roupies, a seulement une amende. Et cela, Madame la Présidente, nous, comme législateurs, nous apportons notre pierre à l'édifice. Je comprends qu'il faut respecter ce grand principe de la séparation des pouvoirs. Cependant, je demanderai aux autres institutions de faire un effort pour effacer du moins cette perception ou cette réalité d'un droit à 2 vitesses. Impérativement, il faut le faire. Aussi, Madame la Présidente, contrairement à certains discours dangereux, la criminalité ne se limite pas à 1 ou 2 communautés. Elle traverse toute la société. Prétendre le contraire est non seulement faux, mais profondément injuste. Heureusement, sous l'impulsion du Premier ministre, le Dr Nabil Ramboulam, et l'Attorney-General, et encore d'autres personnes, nous poursuivons l'œuvre de Sir Sagar Ramboulam, c'est-à-dire bâtir une nation unie et juste. Et, Madame la Présidente, il faut savoir que ce texte ne tombe pas du ciel. Ce texte a une base juridique. Mon collègue a parlé a pris une vision sociologique, et je parlerai de cette base juridique et philosophique. Quels sont les fondements juridiques? Et là, nous voyons que dans notre code pénal, peut-être certains de nos concitoyens ne savent pas que le droit pénal est calqué sur le droit français. Et à l'intérieur de ce code pénal, déjà le code pénal à l'époque faisait cette distinction claire et nette entre ce qu'on appelle les crimes, les délits et les contraventions. Malheureusement, pendant toutes ces années, nous avons été, d'une certaine façon, plus bonapartistes que Napoléon. Il ne fallait pas. Donc c'était clair et net qu'il fallait faire cette distinction entre les crimes graves et aussi l'Attorney-General a déjà pris toutes les précautions. Et c'est pour cela que quand je faisais des cours à l'université, j'expliquais aux étudiants qu'il ne faut pas lire seulement le texte central. Il faut absolument lire les cédules aussi. Et là, l'Attorney-General et son équipe a pris tous les soins pour que, d'ailleurs, le leader de l'opposition avait mentionné, il ne faut pas laisser les gens qui ont commis des fraudes, bien sûr. Les cédules ont pris en considération ces remarques du leader de l'opposition. Donc, Madame la Présidente, c'était une injustice et l'injustice a été corrigée. Ce projet de loi introduit aussi le concept de condamnation effacée, ce qu'on appelle en anglais le spent conviction. Il reconnaît, après avoir purgé sa peine et démontré une conduite irréprochable, un individu ne doit pas être prisonnier de son passé. Et plusieurs de mes collègues ont dit cela. Les fondements philosophiques. Je ne vais pas m'étaler, je vais faire un cours sur la criminologie, je ne suis pas criminologue d'ailleurs, beaucoup plus juriste. Mais en gros, il y a cette théorie. Je prendrai seulement 2 ou 3. Il y a la théorie de la rétribution, c'est-à-dire en gros, en bref, œil pour œil, donc une théorie qui est complètement dépassée, qu'il fallait s'en débarrasser. La théorie de la dissuasion, basé beaucoup plus sur la paix et la théorie de la réhabilitation. Et là, la majorité des criminels sont, il faut reconnaître, sont des malades, des névrosés. Et il faut punir aussi, je suis d'accord, il faut punir, mais il faut aussi guérir et il faut réhabiliter. Malheureusement, il faut concéder, pendant tout ce temps, ces gens-là, ces pauvres gens-là, malades, ont été opprimés. Donc, ce projet de loi opère ce que j'appelle un basculement nécessaire vers la réhabilitation. Donc, la punition doit avoir une fin, sinon nous ne faisons plus œuvre de justice. La justice dans le sens le plus large, sinon on va vers ce qu'on appelle la vengeance. Et il faut impérativement faire cette distinction claire et nette entre la justice, le droit positif. Le droit positif, on ne peut pas faire cette équation entre justice et droit positif, et la vengeance. Donc il faut trouver aussi, je concède, Madame la Présidente, trouver un équilibre entre les victimes, il ne faut pas oublier les victimes, entre les victimes, les condamnés et aussi l'intérêt général de la société. Donc il faut protéger la société, il faut respecter les droits des victimes. Et d'ailleurs, là, je ferai un appel à l'Attorney-General pour envisager, dans les mois à venir, comment apporter un mécanisme d'indemnisation aux victimes. Là, on est en train de voir les condamnés, mais à l'avenir, il faut voir ce mécanisme, comme en Angleterre, avoir un mécanisme d'indemnisation pour les victimes, à l'image de ce qui existe dans d'autres pays. Donc, punir, oui, réhabiliter, c'est impératif, indemniser aussi pour les victimes, je n'oublie pas les victimes. Donc, voilà l'équilibre que j'avais énoncé au début. Donc, l'impératif économique, nous faisons face, et c'est un paradoxe. Nous faisons face à une grave crise démographique. Nous faisons face à une pénurie de main-d'œuvre. Nous importons la main-d'œuvre. Pendant que nous importons des travailleurs étrangers, il faut bien les traiter d'ailleurs, des milliers de Mauriciens restent exclus du marché du travail à cause d'un certificat de moralité entaché par un délit ancien et mineur. Donc, malheureusement, c'est un gaspillage de capital humain. Et ce projet de loi actuel transformera les exclus en contribuables productifs. Donc, il faut aussi, Madame la Présidente, très très important, et là aussi je fais un appel à l'Attorney-General, nos prisons ne doivent pas être des lieux d'entreposage humain, mais des centres de formation et de réhabilitation. Je me demande à quoi sert de former un détenu et, subséquemment à sa sortie, on lui refuse toute opportunité. Donc ce projet de loi garantit que la réinsertion ne sera pas un mirage. Donc il faut, Madame la Présidente, je suis sûr que l'équipe de l'Attorney-General s'est inspirée des bonnes pratiques internationales. Les pays scandinaves que nous voyons ont des faibles taux de récidive grâce à une approche scientifique et de la réhabilitation. Le Royaume-Uni, nous avons vu, ils ont passé une loi, Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, qui permettent l'effacement de certaines condamnations. Donc nous allions sur des standards internationaux très très intéressants. Madame la Présidente, je voudrais, avec votre permission, faire un petit aparté. Nous sommes en train de construire cette nouvelle théorie de deuxième chance. Il faut étendre cette théorie de la deuxième chance. Je viens sur un point fondamental, et là je fais un appel, malheureusement le Premier ministre n'est pas là, mais
il vous
je
écoute.
fais un appel à d'autres ministres, comme le ministre Pancha, le ministre de la Santé, et aussi d'autres ministres, pour donner une deuxième chance. Moi je constate dans ma circonscription, il y a des gens qui n'ont pas le 5 credits. Il y a des gens qui n'ont pas ce qu'on appelle 5 passes. Ils sont exclus pour le recrutement. Et comment, moi j'ai des amis, j'ai des membres de ma famille qui à l'époque, 40 ans de cela, avaient seulement 2 crédits, qui sont devenus des professeurs des universités en Angleterre et en France. Donc, je fais une plaidoirie pour qu'à l'avenir, on essaye de récupérer ces gens-là au vu de cette crise démographique et cette crise dans le marché du travail. Donc voilà, Madame la Présidente, je pense que ce projet de loi va solutionner beaucoup de problèmes. Ce projet de loi a essayé d'avoir un équilibre. Donc, je dirais, votons pour ce projet de loi, votons pour Maurice, l'île Maurice plus inclusive, votons pour un Maurice qui croit en son peuple, votons pour la deuxième chance. So I'm not only commending, Madam Speaker, I'm commending strongly this bill. Thank you for your attention.
Honourable Pierre.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I think I'm going to give you back the few minutes that my honourable member took, because listening, very valid point.
No, he was all right.
He was all right.
He was all right.
Listening to all my colleagues,
just half a minute.
I think I will just summarize what all of them already mentioned. A few months back, I came to see the Attorney-General with regards to a specific case, and he was mentioning that this bill was in preparation and would come to the Assembly. So this morning, I'd like to, almost evening, tell you a story of a young gentleman. His name Mathieu, nom fictif, qui a aujourd'hui presque 20 ans, qui avait commis un crime quelques années de cela, 3-4 ans. Et c'est peut-être aujourd'hui, avec ce projet de loi, une opportunité pour nous, à l'État, de donner un visage plus humain. Et Mathieu avait commis un vol à l'étalage pour nourrir sa sœur Sarah, nom fictif également, mais l'histoire n'est pas fictive. C'est malheureusement une histoire vraie. Commis un vol pour nourrir sa sœur, puisque Mathieu est issu, et sa sœur, de parents toxicomanes, vivant dans la rue, n'avait pas d'issue, n'a toujours pas d'issue, mais Mathieu, avec l'aide de quelques personnes, veut reprendre sa vie. Mais malheureusement, comme on le sait, heureusement, après ce projet de loi, ce ne sera que chose du passé. Mathieu pourra enfin peut-être prétendre avoir un emploi. Un vol à l'étalage pour quelques centaines de roupies. Et très souvent, quand on parle de projets de loi, beaucoup de projets de loi, et si le temps le permet, je reviendrai aussi sur le first schedule que j'ai revu plusieurs fois. Je sais que l'Attorney-General a renvoyé une nouvelle copie. Nous ne sommes pas ici en train de parler d'absoudre les criminels ou de ne pas sanctionner. Et aujourd'hui, quand on parle de... J'ai écouté le chef de l'opposition, beaucoup de mes collègues, la population peut-être a tendance de croire qu'on va absoudre les criminels. Il ne s'agit pas de cela. Nous sommes uniquement en train de dire, de demander de ne pas condamner une deuxième fois une personne qui a déjà payé le prix. Nous ne sommes pas en train de revoir les peines, ni les condamnations. Mon collègue, l'honorable Ramdas, a fait un exposé de long en large. Beaucoup de choses que je voulais dire, je ne les reprendrai pas. Nous ne pouvons pas nous permettre de les recondamner. Puisque, comme l'honorable Narsingen vient de dire, ces gens, ils sont en prison pour être réhabilités. La société, notre système est fait ainsi, que ces gens qui ont failli une fois, et je suis sûr qu'ici, nous tous, dans cette chambre, et beaucoup des membres de la population qui m'écoutent ce soir, ont failli peut-être pas selon les lois en vigueur sous la République de l'île Maurice, mais failli d'une manière ou d'une autre. Que celui qui n'a jamais failli jette la première pierre. Tout ce qu'on demande, et il s'agit de ce projet de loi, il vient dire, il a payé son crime. Il a payé le prix. Aujourd'hui, donnons un visage humain à l'État. C'est-à-dire, des fois, on juge trop vite. Puisque, quand il s'agit des autres, nous sommes prompts à juger, à condamner, à sanctionner, à mettre le prix même de la sanction. Nous devenons tous juges quand il s'agit des autres. Mais posons-nous juste une minute la question. Si Mathieu, 20 ans, nos lois peuvent dire il est majeur. 20 ans, si c'était mon fils, je l'appellerais mon bébé. Si c'était votre garçon, il serait toujours même majeur, votre garçon, votre enfant. Mais voyez-vous, il s'agit de quelqu'un d'autre. On oublie d'essayer de comprendre l'histoire. Mais quand on comprend aujourd'hui la situation, le contexte, le cadre, on devient peut-être plus compatissant. Et c'est ce visage, et je remercie l'Attorney-General, toute son équipe, le gouvernement, qui amène aujourd'hui ce projet de loi. Vous savez pourquoi? Quand j'ai regardé le Schedule 1, j'ai essayé de comprendre quels crimes peut-être qu'on pourrait proposer, et je suis sûr que tous mes amis ici dans cette chambre ont essayé de faire la même chose, de se dire, est-ce qu'on pourrait peut-être pas enlever ce crime du Schedule 1? Et c'est là où on comprend le travail difficile et compliqué, puisque nous avons une responsabilité que je comprends en tant qu'État. Mais il ne s'agit pas aujourd'hui de venir définir un crime par rapport à un autre crime. Nous parlons aujourd'hui de donner une deuxième chance. Et l'honorable membre, le Govin, a bien mentionné, nous avons tous droit à une deuxième chance. Et en écoutant un de mes collègues qui parlait, et nous avons une belle opportunité également, désolé de reprendre ce que vous avez dit, puisque c'est une vérité. Nous avons beaucoup de ministres ici dans la Chambre, et je suis sûr que vous allez réfléchir sur ces quelques mots. Dans le Schedule 1, il y a beaucoup de crimes mentionnés. Et je ne suis pas en train de parler d'absoudre ou de réduire les peines. Mais posons-nous une question, je n'ai pas la réponse. Que faisons-nous avec ces personnes qui ont commis un crime? Dans quel contexte? Ce n'est pas à nous de juger, de poser la question. Quel que soit leur crime, ils ont payé le prix. Que faisons-nous? N'avons-nous pas plus de risque de les laisser à eux-mêmes, et de leur demander de se frayer un chemin dans la société, puisque comme l'honorable membre a dit, ce certificat de moralité aujourd'hui il a plus de prix qu'un diplôme. Est-ce que, justement pour ce pêcheur, pour celui qui nettoie les rues, les jardins, le jardinier, est-ce qu'il a besoin d'un certificat de moralité? Et là, je ne parle pas des crimes mineurs, je parle des crimes, de certains crimes dans le Schedule 1. Et je suis sûr que vous aurez peur de faire entrer quelqu'un chez vous si vous n'êtes pas sûr de sa moralité. Mais nous pouvons tous commettre un crime. La science a prouvé aujourd'hui que nous pouvons tous faillir. Et nous faillissons tous. Aujourd'hui, l'orientation de ce débat, c'est de lancer une réflexion. Puisque ce projet de loi déjà donne un visage plus humain. Et il nous faut continuer dans la discussion, dans la réflexion, de se dire, que faisons-nous? Est-ce que nous sommes constamment en train de punir ou de réhabiliter? Lançons-nous aujourd'hui, nous tous ici, et j'ai entendu des très très bons discours, un très bon débat, mais ce n'est qu'un commencement. Et ça ne doit pas s'arrêter ici. Puisque nous ne sommes pas que des législateurs, nous sommes aussi des chirurgiens. Un chirurgien, est-ce qu'il refuse d'opérer quelqu'un qui a un passé médical? Même s'il a fait plusieurs opérations, le serment d'Hippocrate ne lui oblige pas d'intervenir. Et n'est-ce pas notre rôle, nous, de continuer de réhabiliter? C'est ça aujourd'hui mon appel à travers ce projet de loi. Mathieu, aujourd'hui, une fois cette loi votée, pourra avoir un travail. Il pourra nourrir sa famille, ne serait-ce qu'au moins sa sœur, qui lui tient tellement à cœur. Et je vais conclure par parler du contexte des crimes commis. On oublie souvent, en allant trop vite, on oublie. Je ne vais pas revenir sur ce que beaucoup d'entre vous, on a parlé des crimes col blanc, qui très souvent passent par la grande porte, alors que celui qui a besoin de manger, je ne suis pas en train de justifier un crime par rapport à un autre crime. Je dis juste, essayons de comprendre à travers ce projet de loi, essayons de donnons une deuxième chance et comprendre que Matthieu n'a jamais voulu voler. Matthieu a toujours voulu vivre comme tout le monde. Matthieu a toujours voulu avoir la chance que vous avez, que nous avons, que beaucoup de Mauriciens ont. Mais malheureusement, sa situation que nous avons créée, que l'État a créée, ou a permis, il s'est retrouvé pris dans un engrenage. Il a commis un crime punissable par la loi, mais aujourd'hui, ce projet de loi lui donne espoir. Et je réitère mes remerciements à l'Attorney-General, à toute son équipe, et je pense que nous sommes sur la bonne voie. C'est ici, pour moi, ce pont construit pour l'avenir, même si ce projet de loi a pris son temps, comme beaucoup d'autres projets, mais je pense que nous sommes sur la bonne voie et c'est aujourd'hui pour nous la lumière au bout du tunnel et pour beaucoup de milliers de Mauriciens. Merci beaucoup, madame.
Merci. J'ai noté que vous n'aviez pas de notes. C'est un peu rare. Merci et bravo. Mademoiselle Antil, Honourable Antil.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi en préambule d'adresser mes sincères remerciements au ministre de la Justice, l'honorable Gavin Glover, pour avoir porté ce projet de loi avec courage, clarté et humanité. Ce texte mérite toute notre attention car il ne traite pas seulement d'une procédure, il ne traite pas seulement d'un document administratif, il traite au fond de la manière dont une société regarde ses citoyens après qu'ils ont fauté, après qu'ils ont purgé leur peine et au moment qu'ils cherchent à se relever. Madame la Présidente, je ne me lève pas seulement comme députée, je ne me lève pas seulement comme Chief Whip, je me lève ce soir comme Stéphanie Antil, je me lève avec un nom, une mémoire, un héritage, un nom profondément lié aux luttes du monde du travail, aux combats syndicaux, à la dignité humaine, à la justice sociale. Et ce nom, Madame la Présidente, ce nom m'oblige à ne jamais rester silencieuse face à l'injustice. Il m'oblige à défendre la dignité humaine. Ce nom m'oblige à continuer de porter la voix de celles et de ceux que notre société juge parfois trop vite, écarte trop facilement ou condamne bien au-delà de la peine prononcée. Madame la Présidente, Il faut avoir l'honnêteté de le dire. Pendant trop longtemps, dans notre pays, trop de nos concitoyens ont continué à être punis bien après avoir purgé leur peine. Ils ont été jugés par les tribunaux, puis ils ont été rejugés par la société. Ils ont été condamnés par la loi, puis ils ont été condamnés par le regard des autres, par le refus d'embauche, par les soupçons permanents, par les portes refermées. Voilà la vérité, une réalité dure, une réalité injuste, une réalité profondément inhumaine. Madame la Présidente, car derrière un certificat de moralité, il n'y a pas seulement un document, il y a une vie. Il y a un père qui veut retravailler pour nourrir sa famille. Il y a une mère qui veut reprendre sa place dans la société. Et puis il y a un jeune. Il y a un jeune qui veut sortir d'une erreur et reconstruire son avenir. C'est précisément cette injustice que ce projet de loi vient corriger. Aujourd'hui, nous faisons un autre choix. Avec le Certificate of Character Bill 2026, nous affirmons un principe simple, juste et profondément républicain. Une personne ne doit pas être condamnée à vie par une faute pour laquelle elle a déjà répondu devant la justice. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi ne nie pas les fautes. Il ne les efface pas artificiellement, il ne remet pas en cause l'autorité des tribunaux, mais il fixe une limite claire. La peine ne doit pas devenir perpétuelle dans ses effets sociaux, la justice ne doit pas se transformer en exclusion permanente, la sanction ne doit pas se prolonger indéfiniment dans la vie professionnelle et dans la vie sociale. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi marque un véritable changement de philosophie. Nous passons d'un système qui enferme l'individu dans son passé à un cadre légal qui reconnaît enfin son droit à la reconstruction. Les dispositions proposées sont claires. Les amendes n'excédant pas 50 000 roupies disparaîtront du certificat après 2 ans au lieu de 5 ans. Les peines d'emprisonnement inférieures à 3 ans seront effacées après 10 ans et surtout les faits commis avant l'âge de 18 ans n'y figureront plus du tout. Cette dernière avancée est essentielle. Car un mineur ne doit pas porter toute sa vie le poids d'une erreur de jeunesse. Une société juste, Madame la Présidente, sait faire la différence entre la nécessité de corriger et la tentation de condamner définitivement. Une société responsable sait tendre la main à celui qui a trébuché, surtout lorsqu'il était encore en construction. Mais ce projet de loi va encore plus loin. Il introduit dans notre droit de travail un principe fondamental. Un antécédent judiciaire ne peut pas à lui seul justifier une exclusion professionnelle lorsqu'il n'a aucun lien avec les fonctions concernées. Autrement dit, un employeur ne pourra plus écarter un candidat de manière injustifiée pour une condamnation sans rapport avec le poste. C'est une avancée majeure, une avancée juridique certes, mais surtout une avancée humaine. Parce que le travail est souvent la première condition de la réinsertion. Sans emploi, il n'y a ni stabilité, ni autonomie, ni véritable seconde chance. Sans emploi, la réhabilitation reste un mot vide. Sans emploi, on enferme à nouveau l'individu dans la marginalisation. En modifiant l'Equal Opportunity Act, nous faisons entrer dans notre législation une exigence de cohérence. Si nous voulons une société plus sûre, plus stable et plus juste, alors alors nous devons aussi permettre aux personnes réhabilitées de reprendre pleinement leur place dans cette société. Madame la Présidente, au fond, la question qui nous est posée aujourd'hui est simple. Croyons-nous, oui ou non, à la possibilité pour un être humain de se relever? Croyons-nous, oui ou non, qu'une faute, une fois sanctionnée, ne doit pas anéantir toute possibilité d'avenir? Croyons-nous, oui ou non, que la justice doit laisser une place à la réhabilitation, à la dignité retrouvée, à la seconde chance? Pour ma part, la réponse est claire, oui, oui, j'y crois, oui. J'y crois parce qu'un pays ne se grandit pas en accablant définitivement ceux qui cherchent à se reconstruire. J'y crois parce que la fermeté n'exclut pas l'humanité. J'y crois parce qu'une république digne de son nom doit savoir punir avec justesse, mais aussi permettre le relèvement. Madame la Présidente, sous le leadership de notre Premier ministre, le Dr Navin Ramgoolam, et dans la continuité des valeurs portées par le Parti travailliste, nous faisons ici un choix de société. Le choix d'une justice plus équilibrée, le choix d'une justice plus humaine, le choix d'une justice qui renonce ni à la responsabilité, ni à la dignité. C'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente, je soutiens ce projet de loi avec conviction, avec force et avec une profonde émotion. Je le soutiens parce qu'il corrige une injustice réelle. Je le soutiens parce qu'il protège la dignité de nos concitoyens. Je le soutiens parce qu'il affirme que la justice ne consiste pas seulement à punir, mais aussi à permettre de reconstruire. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'occasion d'adopter un texte juste, utile et profondément nécessaire. Ne manquons pas à ce rendez-vous. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Honourable Pentia, after this big advocacy from everyone, now it's your turn.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
allow me please to start with the following citation, and I quote, "The true measure of justice is not only in the enforcement of the law, but in its impact on society, whether it promotes fairness, inclusion, and human dignity." End of quote. The United Nations. Madam Speaker, a law is only as strong as the lives it improves, and justice must build trust rather than create division. For long, colleagues practicing at the bar in law, for long, retribution has been the fundamental principle of justice. It is almost inevitably the human instinct that when someone commits a criminal offense, then he or she deserves to suffer for it. He or she has to pay for it. I must say, this hasn't been about revenge. Instead, and in Lié, it has been argued to be about fairness. The punishment must fit the crime. Wrongdoing does not go unanswered. Retribution has remained essential to serve two fundamental purposes. First, through punishment or penalties, the criminal justice system declares what it will not tolerate. The criminal justice system declares what is acceptable behavior and what is unacceptable behavior. And secondly, where punishment or penalty is fair and measured, it builds public trust. The rule of law depends on that trust. It has even been argued that without retribution, justice has no backbone. Madam Speaker, need I say that retribution focuses almost entirely on punishment. It has done little to change the offender. Locking people away does not fix why they broke the law in the first place. Poverty, ignorance, addiction, mental illness, amongst other things, remain the root causes untouched. Offenders often serve their time, get out, and faced with no other alternative but to reoffend to survive. Retribution alone may create a cycle of harm. Madam Speaker, the above shortcomings pave the way, as we have mentioned before, to rehabilitative justice in penal law. Rehabilitative justice asks a different question. How can a person stop offending? The core belief is simple: people can change. People can learn to live within the boundaries of the law, given the right support. Hence, the relentless efforts of this government to provide the long-awaited support with the appropriate legal framework to ensure that not only the law enforcement agencies function independently and effectively, but this government aims to promote fairness, inclusion, and human dignity, as it has always advocated. People comes first. Madam Speaker, rehabilitative justice is to prevent reoffending. It means addressing the real causes of criminal behavior. This government is committed to address issues such as education, learning job skills, rehabilitation for those struggling with drugs and alcohol abuse, treating mental illness, proper community support, and therefore give hope that everyone deserves to have a second chance, where the past cannot dictate the future. Qu'après les ténèbres, il y aura la lumière. Madam Speaker, this government is slowly but surely continuing to build the bridge towards a better tomorrow with a safer society. Yes, we admit it will take time and continuous efforts, because one cannot undo a decade of erosion to our socio-economic fabrics and institutional degradation. We are not magicians, and nor do we sell irresponsible dreams. This government is committed towards a better tomorrow, where peace prevails, where justice reigns, and liberty is lived with respect and responsibility. Madam Speaker, this brings us to the third R of the criminal justice system, often referred to as restitutive justice. While retribution punishes the offender and rehabilitative justice focuses at the offender, restitutive justice focuses on the repair of the harm caused by the offender. It has been argued that restitution promotes fairness and accountability. It forces the offender to face the real world consequences of his or her action. That recognition can be a first step towards genuine change. Madam Speaker, there has been evolution in the fundamental principles of criminal justice system from retribution to rehabilitation and restitution. Jurisdictions around the world, often referred to as developed jurisdictions of criminal justice, have evolved from retribution to rehabilitation to restitution. Madam Speaker, this government dares to go beyond these 3 R's. The Certificate of Character Bill, number 2 of 2026, brings, in between its lines, within its 14 clauses and its 29 pages, the 4th R, the principle of redemption in our criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, redemption is a fundamental belief that a person who has done wrong can become better. They can change. He or she can repair his or her moral standing. Society can accept the person again. This is not about excusing the crime. It is about believing that the past does not have to be the future. Redemption is closely tied to forgiveness, second chances, and personal transformation. Unlike retribution, which looks backward at the offense, redemption looks forward at the person. Unlike restitution, which focuses on material compensation, redemption focuses on inner change. The question it asks is this: can someone who broke the law become a good citizen? The answer of this government is yes. In this government, we believe that people grow, people learn, people often regret what they have done and choose differently. In penal law, redemption appears in practical forms. Conditional discharges and parole give an offender a chance to prove they can and have changed. Record expungement allows a past conviction to be sealed after a certain period. Hence the provisions of the Certificate of Character Bill, number 2 of this year. Certificate of character of a person shall no more be another certificate of condemnation, denying him or her the opportunity to reintegrate his community after he has paid his dues. Reintegration programs help former prisoners find housing, find work, and find a way back to their community. These are not acts of leniency. They are recognition that people can learn their way back. Madam Speaker, redemption gives offenders a reason to try. If no second chance exists, why bother changing? If the record follows you forever, why not offend again? If after you pay your dues, you still cannot meet the basic needs of your child, your family, or yourself, why not offend again? Madam Speaker, redemption breaks that logic. It creates hope. That hope motivates real effort. A reformed offender is a gain for public safety, a gain for the society, and a gain for humanity. Redemption may not universally be accepted, Madam Speaker. Some crimes feel so severe. People's opinion can be harsh. Certain offenses generate permanent distress, no matter how much time has passed. Redemption also requires real effort from the offender. It cannot be granted to someone who refuses to change, and society must be willing to accept them back. Without jobs, housing, and basic respect, redemption remains empty words. This government has responsibly taken a big leap forward to address these issues through the Certificate of Character Bill before the House. People do not remain fixed. They can change. A justice system that leaves no room for a second chance is a cruel system. It locks people in the worst moment and throws the key away. The Certificate of Character Bill before this House offers a way out. It moves our criminal justice system beyond punishment and towards healing for the individual, for the community, and the nation as a whole consequently benefits. Madam Speaker, very few of us who encountered Victor Hugo's chef-d'œuvre, Le Misérable, can ever forget Jean Valjean. Les Misérables. Can forget Jean Valjean's struggles from many years of imprisonment to rejection by the society and constant persecution by Javert. While reading, quite a lot of us condone Javert, the way he behaved, the way he acted, the way he persecuted Jean Valjean. And we somehow felt the emotions towards Jean Valjean. We cannot identify ourselves with the approach that the policing or the police officer who believes that the law must be followed without exception. Then came the God-sent act of kindness of the bishop, that paved the way for Jean Valjean to change his life and decide to become a good and honest man. Les Miserables, where the impact of poverty and injustice, where the importance of compassion over harsh judgment, and where redemption and second chances give lessons to learn with humility and call for a responsible government to act responsibly. I quote, Madam Speaker, il n'y a ni mauvaises herbes, ni mauvais hommes. Il n'y a que des mauvais cultivateurs. End of quote, Victor Hugo. Madam Speaker,
Tell us where. Tell us
Madame la Présidente,
Victor Hugo dans
Les Misérables.
Toujours dans Les Misérables.
Madame la Présidente, l'histoire retiendra l'essence des responsabilités de ce gouvernement vers un avenir meilleur et ces cultivateurs qui ont mis notre pays et l'avenir de nos enfants en péril. With these words, Madam Speaker, I command the certificate of character bill number 2 or 26 to the House. And I thank you.
Honourable Suko. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the adjournment for the adjournment of the debate.
Yes. The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 5th of May at 11:30 a.m.
Yes, the House stands adjourned. We have adjournment matters. Yes, Mr. Bichuk?
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Je souhaite attirer l'attention de cette auguste Assemblée sur un problème qui touche non seulement mes mandants, mais la population dans son ensemble, et il nous incombe d'y remédier. Lorsqu'un citoyen dépose, comme l'exige la loi, une demande de permis de construction, communément appelé Building and Land Use Permit, auprès des collectivités locales, la législation prévoit que cette demande soit examinée dans un délai de 8 jours par un inspecteur, puis dans un délai de 5 jours par un head planner, avant d'être soumise avec ou sans recommandation au planning committee des district councils, des municipalités. Cependant, lorsqu'une demande de BLUP requiert l'avis ou l'approbation d'autres instances, telles que la Land Drainage Authority, la RDA, la TRMSU, le ministère de l'Environnement, la FARE, les Veterinary Services, et j'en passe, il n'existe aucune disposition légale les contraignant à se prononcer dans un délai raisonnable. Ainsi, 1 mois, 2 mois, voire 3, 6, 9, 1 an, chaque institution procédant à son propre rythme, sans obligation de célérité. D'accord ? Ce vide administratif, Madame la Présidente, pénalise lourdement les demandeurs. Très souvent, les demandes de BLUP expirent et les citoyens doivent reprendre la procédure depuis le début. Pendant ce temps, qu'est-ce qui se passe ? Les coûts de construction augmentent, plus 5, plus 10, plus 20% en 1 an. Les délais pour signer une offre bancaire de financement expirent et bien des projets finissent par être abandonnés. Dans un esprit de justice et de compassion envers nos concitoyens, je demande par la présente au ministre des collectivités locales ainsi que tous les ministères concernés de s'imposer un délai maximum de 15 jours pour la délivrance des avis et autres approbations afin de garantir l'octroi des BLUP dans un délai raisonnable et respectueux dans l'attente de la population. Merci, Madame.
15 jours chacun.
Non, mais c'est parallèle. C'est quelque chose, une offre parallèle. En même temps, un délai de 15 jours. Il y a un vide administratif qui pénalise les demandeurs.
Monsieur le ministre.
Madam Speaker, I have listened to the question very well. So, all these LDA, Traffic Management Road Safety Unit, the ODA, FARE, all these, they are not on the NELS, that is, not on the National Electronic Licensing System. So it takes time. Sometimes we have that PR, we have TIA, which take time from the concern. But I seize this opportunity to a request, an appeal to all the colleague ministers which concern for the clearance of this. They can do, it should be aligned with our time frame to facilitate the processing of the permits.
I'm sure your colleagues will have heard you, but it's not the first time we're talking of lots of different entities dealing with one problem, and you remember last week?
In the reform of the Local Government Act, and we will liaise with the Attorney-General Office, and with the EDB also, we can help and we can find a solution for this.
But you've heard the plea of Mr. Bichuk. Everyone is happy? Okay, thank you.